I'm Tanya, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mario.
Speaker Mike, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Tutu.
Recording in progress.
Tutu.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Speaker,
May we now have a moment of silent prayer or meditation? May we be seated? Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for us to give our member statements.
Order, Chair.
Yes, who is asking for an order?
That's funny sound that just came, Honorable Chair. What was that?
I didn't hear. And I trust many of us didn't hear. I'm sure members are just trying to manage the hybrid system. We'll start with our members' statements. And I will start with the ANC if any member wants to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome the encouraging news that this year Easter weekend road safety report shows that South Africa recorded the lowest number of crashes and fatalities in the last 3 years. Crashes were reduced from 209 in 2024 to 141 in 2025, which is a 32.5% overall decrease compared to 2024. The 2025 Easter season road safety Arrive Alive campaign was launched on the 20th March, ran until 2nd May 2025 under the theme, It Begins With Me. The government has attributed the overall decrease in both accident and fatalities to widespread and consistent law enforcement operation across all 9 provinces, coordinated action by national, provincial, and local government authority, and significant partnership between civil society and government. Minister Chris has indicated that the statistics tells us that there is a benefit when we start our communication and education campaign earlier than the travel period. It shows that the involvement of civil organization and the collaboration of all law enforcement agencies is important in impacting on the road user behavior. Furthermore, joint planning by all enforcement agencies from national, provincial, and national level increases
Thank
the
you, Honorable
impact
Member.
of
Your
the
time is
issue.
up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. What our honorable member has just done is usually not done when it's a member statement, but I would allow you the opportunity if you want to go on the platform just for today. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is 2025. It is disgraceful that the Deeds Office still compels South Africans to declare their race and gender before they can register or transfer property. What possible justification is there for forcing homeowners to tick a box about their identity in order to exercise their basic right? It is not about transformation, it is about control. It is about keeping South Africans classified, monitored, and reduced to categories along apartheid, a long way after apartheid has ended. The Democratic Alliance rejects this outdated and unconstitutional practice. No one should have to disclose their race and gender to own a home. Bureaucrats should serve the people, not police their identities. We call on the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development to immediately scrap this requirement to bring the Deeds Office into the 21st century. The state should be empowering citizens, not gatekeeping their citizenship. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. MK.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the beloved Umkhonto Party to move that this House must note that the moment of Armageddon is looming over the 7th administration budget process. The failure to present the 2025 budget is a failure of the idea of the so-called government of national unity. The so-called government of national unity that was not born from the will of the people, but from vote rigging, secret deals, and political cowardice. It is unstable, divided, and obsessed with power, not service delivery. It is an alliance driven by capital interest. Beside the reversal of the ill-advised VAT increase, MK Party expect no pro-budget announcement from this dysfunctional alliance. Hence, we call for all MPs to reject all efforts to save the 2025 budget process and expedite the dissolution of this parliament and let the people choose a real government, not one stitched in dark backrooms corners. I so move.
Thank you, the ANC. Order, honorable members. There is an order.
The African National Congress conveys its condolences to the family of a 3-year-old Mujalifa Sibuli, whose body was found floating in a dam near Harmony Gold Mine in Roodepoort on Thursday, the 1st of May. Mujalifa, who was reported missing on Sunday, 27 April, was last seen at the local sports field in Tshepiso. The toddler, who had autism, disappeared in the afternoon, prompting an urgent community-led search effort that continued day and night. The heartbreaking discovery was made by a group of boys on their way to a nearby soccer field. The ANC also welcomes the conviction of Kelly Smith, her boyfriend, Jacqueline Apollis, and Stephen Van Rijn for the kidnapping and the trafficking of a 6-year-old Jocelyn Smith. The judgment handed down by the judge Nathan Erasmus at the Western Cape High Court restores a measure of public confidence in a battered criminal justice system. We commend the outstanding work of the National Prosecuting Authority team on this case, which places a spotlight firmly on human trafficking in South Africa. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes and celebrates the Western Cape High Court's judgment, which set aside the illegally procedurally flawed fiscal framework and the ill-conceived VAT increase. This is a historical victory for the rule of law, constitutional supremacy, and the millions of poor and working class South Africans suffering under neoliberal austerity. This ruling confirms what the EFF has always maintained, that the executive cannot bypass parliament, ignore public participation, and impose anti-poor tax policies without accountability. The VAT increase was regressive and immoral, deepening inequality and punishing the poor for a crisis they did not create. We are proud for what the EFF has put up a fight forward for. This moment exposes the crisis within the National Treasury, an institution that protects the elite privilege while cutting essential services and resisting transformation. It blocks industrial policy and undermines the developmental state. The EFF offers real alternatives, which is wealth tax, expanded social grant, a universal basic income, and progressive corporate taxes, and increased spending on education, healthcare, and land reform. Fiscal policy must be transformed, and the EFF will remain at the forefront of the struggle for redistribution, job creation, and true economic freedom in our lifetime as we await for the budget 3.0 and the Minister's
Thank you, Honorable
resignation.
Member. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. The IFP, order, let's allow, Honorable Member, your language. Mind your language and not use the gestures as well. We are in the house. IFP,
Honorable Speaker, as winter approaches, we face the stark reality of our housing crisis, with informal settlements expanding on the outskirts of cities, where land is cheap, but services are lacking. These settlements, lacking basic infrastructure like sanitation and existing outside legal frameworks, represent urban poverty and social exclusions. They are home to millions of people, Africans whose resilience endures despite uncertainty and vulnerability. It is imperative to ask what must be done. Municipalities and provincial governments plays a crucial role in addressing informal settlements. Being closer to the people, they can respond quickly and empathetically. However, their role must extend beyond basic service delivery to visionary leadership. They must promote inclusive spatial planning, speed up upgrading of informal settlements, integrate communities into the social and economic life of cities and towns. This requires strong intergovernmental cooperation, focused funding, and participatory government that prioritizes the voices of the poor. Amid rising urbanization and inequality, municipalities and provinces must lead transformation.
thank you, Honorable Member. Your
Just
time is
manage the
up.
crisis. Thank
The
you.
ANC,
As the largest political party, Madam Speaker, in Parliament, ANC has always believed in demonstrating its cooperative and accommodating stance and willingness to persuade, negotiate, and understand opposing views. That said, it has become even more evident that since the power sharing pact to form the GNU, the DN specifically has found it difficult being in government while simultaneously acting as an opposition. By politicizing the budget and the 0.5 VAT hike debate, while there are call for concessions on NHI and the Expropriation Act and Bella Act legislation, the DA is opposed to. It was very clear that it had nothing to do with what is supposed to be their concern for the masses of our people. Blocking efforts at transformation, as evidenced in the DA's pushback of the employment equity, is another example of the undermining the poor and the EFF jumping on the bandwagon. The ANC, being intent on engaging with all parties to seek resolutions, consulted with relevant political parties on the budget, while the DA chose what it knows best, and that is the elitist party it has always been. It was the time that required political party maturity for all parties to do what was best for the people of the country and not to grandstand as they usually do, being populists. The ANC may not have won the May election with an outright majority, but it did receive the
Thank you,
largest share
honorable
of the
member.
and
Your
its
time is
policies
up.
and programs are
The
clearly
PA,
unshakable in addressing standing.
order, honorable member, your time is up.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings in Jesus' name, the Prince of Peace. If not I, then who? Is the word penned by the late South African-born young soldier Daniel Perez in his diary. Honorable Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance notes with concern the global silence concerning two young men with one revolutionary cause for peace in the Middle East. One is a Palestinian-born 22-year-old that led massive anti-Hamas protests in Gaza, who was brutally tortured and killed by a terrorist group in March this year. The other is a South African-born Israeli soldier who, at age 22, lost his life in combat against Hamas during the 7th October massacre. He was taken hostage by the terrorist group and officially reported dead thereafter. His remains is still in Gaza today. We request the House and the applicable ministry to advocate for the dignified return of this South African-born captain's body from Hamas. We are a nation rooted in the deep understanding of reconciliation. Our intervention through diplomatic channels and international partnerships could be a significant step forward in opening a path towards the release of all other Israeli hostages and the preservation of many innocent Palestinian lives. This act of compassion and humanity transcends political boundaries and speaks to our shared values as human beings. Bring them home. Bring Daniel home. Shukran, salute.
Thank you very much, honorable member. The TA. TA.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today to highlight a growing threat to South Africa's local boat building sector, a world-class industry that contributed nearly 4.9 billion rand to our export economy in 2023 and supports more than 3,500 direct jobs. Recent US tariff hikes on South African imports now place this sector at serious risk. While these tariffs are broad-based, the potential effect on our marine manufacturing, especially our globally competitive leisure catamaran exports, is deeply concerning. South Africa ranks second only to France in catamaran production, with highly specialized skills and advanced capabilities. Events like Botica Cape Town not only showcase this to the world, but also support marine tourism and attract foreign investment. I therefore call on the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to urgently engage with US counterparts and protect this strategic export sector. We must act now to safeguard jobs, defend local innovation, and secure the global standing of one of South Africa's most impressive manufacturing success stories. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Madam Speaker, unemployment is the single greatest threat to equality, peace and security, social cohesion, social stability and economic growth in South Africa. It continuously receives the highest response rate when South Africans are polled on their greatest concern and South Africa's greatest challenges. Unemployment amongst Black people has more than doubled since 2008, rising from 5 million to 11.1 million over the course of less than 20 years. This means that what is currently being done is simply not working. Everyone except a small elite is getting poorer and poorer. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. This highlights the futility of repetitive actions without changes or adaptation. Repetitive actions like over-regulation of the labour market through legislation like the Employment Equity Amendment Act and its absurd recently published regulations. Dit bevestig ook dat die ANC se verknogtheid aan sy geuite en gefaalde SEB-beleid en strategie die ganse Suid-Afrikaanse samelewing finaal die afgrond in sal trek, deur ons terug te neem na die dae waar mens eers 'n spreekwoordelike potloodtoets moet slaag om werk te kry. Hoe belaglik was en is dit nie dat die ANC ons terugneem na 'n tyd waar dit wat op jou kop is belangriker is as dit wat in jou kop is. Maar wie nie wil hoor nie, moet voel. Hoor my dis vandag. Suid-Afrika is moeg daarvoor om deur geuite ANC-ideologie geboelie te word. Ons sal dit self stop. Dankie.
Thank you, ANC.
Ke lebogile Musa Khotla. The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, implemented as the Basic Education Employment Initiative, seeks to confront the economic challenges as part of government's broader economic recovery agenda. It is a large-scale public employment intervention targeting unemployment youth who are 18 to 35 years old. This teacher assistant program, which provided stipends to millions of unemployed youth in South Africa, is expected to return this year. This year follows the successful implementation of phase 1 to phase 4, implemented in 2020-2023, where more than 1.1 million job opportunities were created for youth. Applications opened on the April 2022-2025 and will close on the 9th of May 2025. The program aims to create 276 jobs opportunities nationwide starting June 2025, ending in November 2025. The department will be working with South African Youth Mobi for the recruitment of young people. This will be the only source of recruitment. Schools will explain their school ethos, request youth to sign work contracts and job descriptions, manage their time as their school operates at specific times daily, teach communication skills as youth need to communicate with the school staff as well as learners on daily basis, teacher reading and writing skills and teacher professionalism. As the education ecosystem is characterized by professionalism as well as self-confidence and self-esteem, the ANC would like to encourage young people to register on the SA Youth Mobi. If registered in the past, ensure that login details are renewed, ensuring that readiness of the application process.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you.
MK Party.
Honorable Speaker, MK Party supports the election and inauguration of President Brice Oligui Nguema of Gabon. His commitment to fully liberate Gabon from French neocolonialism must be welcomed and supported by all Africans. Honorable Speaker, the MK Party also stands in revolutionary solidarity with the people of the land of upright people, Burkina Faso, and the courageous leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Though we are not physically part of the Burkinabe People Solidarity Mission, our commitment to African liberation and breaking the chains of colonialism and exploitation across the African continent knows no bounds. Captain Ibrahim Traoré has dared to challenge the imperialist order, reclaiming the country's wealth, the country's dignity, and the country's borders. Captain Traoré has dared to challenge the imperialist order. For this bold defiance against the imperialist order, we as MK Party honor him. We echo Captain Traoré's sentiments of completely decolonizing Africa. South Africa needs to take heed. We will not have true freedom as long as we still bow down to foreign interests. We cannot claim that our people are democratic and free, while the majority of our people remain landless and poor. The revolution in Ouagadougou is alive, and it's knocking on the doors of this parliament. Viva Captain Traoré, viva! Viva President Nguema, viva! Viva African Unity, viva!
Thank you. EFF. Economic Freedom Fighters. It's your slot. Order. Mam Kaula is speaking. Uyalaphambi. Order. I allowed every member today. If they want to use the podium, they are free to do so. Khuluma-ke, Mam Kaula.
Ngibonge Chair. Inkinga esibhekene nazo la eSouth Africa zinzima. Abantu bakithi abamnyama bamuka daily nezikhukhula ngenxa yokuthi abanawo umhlaba. Imhlaba yonke ekhona lapha eSouth Africa yabantu abamhlophe. Kuyimanje njengoba ngikhuluma nani, kunabantu abahlala kolindela abamuka daily abakhelwa izindlu ngenxa yokuthi kuthiwa umhlaba wukho. Uthi uyakhuluma nominister ushone intangeni. Lalelani ke. Njenge EFF sasho ukuthi siyobalwela abantu ukuthi bathole indawo zokuthi bakhe. Niyabona la leli phepha leli, nawe ngicela ubuke Chair. Uyimhlaba le enama-owner angaziwa ukuthi akuphi akulo mhlaba. Abantu bakithi abakwazi ukuthathwa bayobekwa kuyona. Ngikhuluma kuyimanje eThekwini. Uyawubona lo ongenayo ngisho indawo awunayo ngisho umuntu onayo.
Siyabonga
lo
Luhle
mhlaba.
hloniphekile.
Mana
Isikhathi
ngisiza wena
sesiphelile.
ade kulona leli komiti.
Mamkhawuli. Order Mamkhawuli.
No.
Sesiphelile isikhathi.
Ngumuntu
ANC.
ngaphezulu. Kodwa abantu bakithi abakwazi
Order.
okwakha kuwona. Ngenxa yokuthi thina
Order,
sinenkinga
Mamkhawula.
yebala elimnyama. Ngicela lento ukuthi
ANC.
siyibheke.
ANC.
Hayi wena usuphapha.
ANC, can you take your slots?
House Chair, the African National Congress is saddened to hear of the circumstances of the 3 constables whose remains were discovered in the Henops River in Centurion on Tuesday, 29th April, after they went missing for 6 days. Constables Boipuelo Sonoge, age 20, Sebekulu Linda, 24, and 30-year-old Gemogotswe Base were traveling from Free State to the deployment areas in Limpopo's Waterberg and Capricorn districts as part of Operation Vala Umgodi when they disappeared. Their bodies were discovered by divers around 70 kilometers away in Henops River, along with the remains of 2 other unnamed persons. After days of intensive search and rescue efforts, their missing VW Polo vehicle that they were traveling in was retrieved from the same river where the bodies were discovered. It is heartbreaking to learn of the death of the SAPS officers when everybody was hoping that they might be found alive. The ANC calls for the intensification of the investigation to ascertain the circumstances that led to the death of these officers. We also appeal to the public to refrain from speculating on what might have led to the deaths of these young constables. The ANC extends its heartfelt condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues of the deceased during this painful time. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 1, the CEO of the National Home Builders Registration Council was suspended for misleading the NHBRC on the mishandling of its work in the George building collapse. 2, the National Home Finance Corporation CEO is under investigation for misuse of funds and irregular leases. 3, the Social Housing Regulatory Authority's top leadership has been terminated. That includes the CEO and the CFO. 4, the Community Schemes Ombud Services continues to flounder after the resignation of the Chief Ombud amid a corruption probe. Honorable Speaker, there's clearly a catastrophic collapse of governance across several housing entities under the Department of Human Settlement. This situation directly impacts South Africans as this dysfunction within these housing entities undermines the delivery of housing services. Without proper leadership and accountability, vulnerable communities will face delays in mismanagement in securing safe and stable living conditions. To make matters worse, most of these entities are either non-functional and in violation of the PFMA due to vacancies. This is an administrative slippage, but a sheer gross political neglect. The facts are now on record and the time for excuses has expired. Minister Simelane must act and take accountability before disaster hits. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Happy Speaker. Efforts being made to improve governance, transparency, and efficiency within SOEs are bearing fruit. Numerous investments into infrastructure upgrades and projects have been announced, and with the intention to create a separate real entity with the participation of the private sector. The future does look bright. Such a transformative moment for South Africa's logistics sectors provides the clarity and certainty needed for private investment in rail operations, which will help us attain the government's ambitious freight targets.
There is a significant step forward in creating a more efficient, sustainable, and competitive transport system. SAA, which recently posted a net profit of 252 million, the first time the airline has been in the black since 2012, has shown growth in the fleet expansion, increased roads, and being a conscientized creator of jobs. There is an indicator that it has entered a period of consolidation. The power system is stable, ongoing plant maintenance continues with the reduction in unplanned outages sustained. In further good news, Eskom is hopeful that it can provide a stable electricity supply during the coming wedding months as winter, as the grid has been bolstered by the return of a number of generation units. Eskom is accelerating its establishment of a separate renewable energy business. The creation of the renewable energy business also forms part of the Eskom focus, both in this country and international, to identify the latest development and strategies to reduce carbon emissions and other air pollutions. Such significant achievements reflect the ANC unwavering commitment to professionalizing the
Thank
public
you, Honorable
service
Member. Your
and
time
revising
is up.
SOPs. Thank you.
UAT.
Thank you, Speaker. As the United African Transformation, we condemn in the strongest term the continued use of pit toilets in South African schools. This is not just a service delivery issue, it's a moral failure and a betrayal of Ubuntu and Pan-African values. We take a serious issue with the Department of Education repeat failure to meet the pit toilet eradication deadlines, and with an attempt to minimize the crisis by stating that only 4% of schools are affected. That 4% represent thousands of African children whose safety, dignity, and right to conducive learning environment have been ignored. This reflects a deep structural inequality, and it cannot be normalized. Kanimambo.
This brings us to an end of member statements. I would now allow 7 ministerial responses. Honorable Chrissy, Honorable Karube, Honorable Meth. Can you start, Honorable Chrissy?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank Honorable Malimache for highlighting the reduction of road accidents and deaths on the Easter weekend. Because evidence tells us that 80% of all accidents and deaths are caused by human error, it is possible to halve road accidents and deaths by 2029 if we intensify public education and coordinated law enforcement by all spheres of government. Now is the time to intensify these efforts. It is possible through our collective commitment to save lives and arrive alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karube.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to welcome Honorable Lowe's inputs around the Basic Education Employment Initiative, which is funded through the partnership between the DBE and the Department of Labor. I think it's incredibly important, especially considering the fact that in a financially constrained environment, having education assistance, psychosocial assistance, and young people who are assisting us in our schools is going to go a long way. However, we must obviously at all times be mindful that those who do interact with our children must in fact be vetted, and we must in fact make sure that they don't possess any criminal records. On the issue around pit toilets, Speaker, I want to assure the member that more has been done over the last couple of months than has been done before. And so this is a backlog from 2018. By July, we should be at 98% clearance. And I can assure you, and you can hold me to it, we will eradicate all pit toilets in South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Meth.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I welcome the issue raised by the Honorable Member of the FF Plus on the unemployment. But our government is doing all to ensure that the economy grows, because as far as long economy is sluggish, there will be no employment. Hence, we welcome the economic strategy that is being developed by the government. But she's using that just to show her hatred of transformation. Because the reality is, it cannot be correct that the EE Commission, when they released the report of 2024-2025, they found that about 61% of white people still are found in the top management, and 47.3% of those positions still are held by white people, and 72% is males in the top management, and 61% is males in the senior management. And of that, you are only finding only about 18.8% and 28% of colors, and 6.2% and 6% in those levels, and including the Black people that are occupying senior levels, because there is no transformation. We will force transformation down the throat of those who benefited the most during the time of apartheid, because this country has a majority of Black people, colored and Indians, and it can't be correct that the minority, which is whites and males, sit on top of decision-making and economy of this country. Thank you.
Honorable Nyonso is online.
Madam Speaker and members, ndiyabulisa. Ndifuna ubhekisa kumama uKhawula ndimbulele ngokuthi aze nalo mcimbi womhlaba. Kona ndiyakunqinela mama uKhawula ukuba umhlaba omninzi usesezandleni zabantu abamhlophe. Kodwa ke i-Expropriation Act mama uKhawula izama ukulungisa loo nto. Kungekudalanga besiseyibhili phaya kwi-Portfolio Committee eyi-Equitable Access to Land Bill. Apho sifuna khona uqinisekisa uba abantu abamnyama bayawufumana umhlaba nabo ngokulingana. Ndiyabulela somlomo.
Enkos, I don't have any other hand on ministerial responses. Therefore, this brings to an end the member statements and the responses. In the House, I would like to welcome and also recognize the honorable member from Lesotho, who is the chair of chairs in the Parliament of Lesotho, Honorable Makhalanyane. You're most welcome, honorable member. Secretary, can you please read the next order of the day? Oh, sorry, Honorable Mam Khawula, what's the point of order?
Ngibonga ukuhlonipha kwakho noma usiphoxa ke namhlanje ugqoka ingubo ze-MK.
Viva MK.
I don't think this looks like a combat, but it's a very colorful dress. It just doesn't have a range. Yes, honorable member.
No, ngithi ngiyawizwa impendulo kaMinister. But kodwa angikhulekile uba bengithi ngoba sengimsizile ngamenzela mina i-research yomhlaba okhona. Bengithi mina uzocela senze i-data ahambe oyibona lo mhlaba ukuze kuthathwe labantu abamuka daily nemfundo, because I'm not joking.
Okay, ma. Honorable Khawula, and I'm sure the minister is listening on the platform, I will request that you have a meeting with the minister and share the information that you have. Sibonge, Mam Khawula.
Njengo-chair, fanele uyamphoqa uthi nayi imhlaba ahambe esusa abantu bayafa.
I will facilitate your meeting with the minister.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khawula.
Debate on Freedom Day, united in our resilience to advance social and economic justice and to defend South Africa's democratic order and sovereignty.
Thank you. I'll now ask the first speaker, Honorable A.S. Thongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Today we gather in this house to commemorate Freedom Day. And I rise as a young South African who owes my voice, my freedom, and my place in this parliament to the sacrifices of those who came before me. I stand before you as a proud child of democracy, born of struggle, nurtured by hope, and committed to the promise that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Honorable Speaker, on the 27th of April, 1994, millions of South Africans stood in long queues from rural villages to urban townships to cast their vote for the first time. That day marked the beginning of the Freedom Charter's promise becoming a lived reality. Honorable members, in this very same house, there are those aligned with right-wing organization who romanticizes the periods of oppression and actively work against the principles of democracy, attempting to resurrect the architecture of colonialism and apartheid. These forces willfully ignore the bloodshed and sacrifice that won us the freedom. But we remember the trail of struggle from the 1819 Battle of Kizane in Grahamstown to the 1921 Bullhoek Massacre in Queenstown, to the 1960 Sharpeville Massacre, and the 1976 Soweto Uprising. These were not mere events. They were declarations of dignity by ordinary South Africans determined to build a nation that belongs to all. It is through that determination that I stand here as a young Black woman from Barberton, as a product of the resistance led by heroes like Charlotte Maxeke, Moses Kotane, Harry Kwala, and Florence Mkhize. These pioneers paved the way for the democratic icons in all sectors of our society, from Tachane Schoenmaker and Sia Kolisi to Yvonne Mohoro, Professor Salome, and Caster Semenya. Honorable Speaker, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and let it be known, we will never surrender our hard-won democracy to our national sovereignty, to the forces of imperialism. Ours is a democracy rooted in struggle, and we will continue to defend it, deepen it, and ensure it delivers for the people it was built for. The ANC, from its inception, has been both a liberation movement and a parliament of African people. As President O.R. Tambo stated, I quote, "The ideology of the ANC is captured in the Freedom Charter, and one of our tasks is to popularize its demands and unite South Africans in realizing them. The National Democratic Revolution remains our strategy, one that dismantles apartheid's legacy and builds a united, democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist South Africa. The core of this revolution is the national liberation of Black people in general and Africans in particular, especially women who still face triple oppression by race, gender, and class. Under our ANC-led government, we have laid solid foundations for a constitutional democracy. Though we were among the last nations to achieve it, we have made immense strides in demonstrating to the world the power of human rights and constitutional freedom. We have advanced socio-economic rights through expanding access to housing, water, and sanitation, through guaranteeing political freedoms, including the right to vote and to be elected, and transforming education, including providing free quality education from basic to tertiary level. This is the ANC in action, delivering dignity. However, honorable members, right-wing forces seek to reverse these gains. They have attempted to block the implementation of the NHI and the Bella Act, two critical pieces of legislation that bring us closer to the ideals of the Freedom Charter. Let it be known that the ANC remains resolute. We will implement these laws. We will defend universal access to healthcare and equitable education. We will resist those who weaponize populism, racism, and disinformation, whether they wear the mask of AfriForum, solidarity, or wrap themselves in slogans like "Make South Africa Great Again." We will defeat them. Honorable Speaker, let me take a moment to speak directly to the youth of our country, those born into freedom, who may not carry the scars of apartheid, but carry the weight of its legacy. Our generation did not fight in the trenches of liberation, but we fight today in boardrooms, in classrooms, in hospitals, in courts, and in all our communities to make freedom meaningful and visible. We must remember freedom is not just the absence of oppression. It is the presence of opportunity, of dignity, and of justice. We must not be passive beneficiaries of freedom. We must be active custodians of it. That means confronting inequality, speaking truth to power, and living our values even if it's inconvenient. Let us rise to build a South Africa where being young is not a burden but a blessing, where being Black is not a barrier but a badge of pride, where being a woman is not a risk but a right to thrive. We are the generation that must finish the work our elders began. We must not let mistrust win. We must not let division define us. We must not let the gains of our democracy be eroded by those who fear transformation. Because if we are not willing to fight for the souls of this democracy, then who will do it for us? Honorable Speaker, Freedom Day is not only a celebration, it is a call for vigilance, a reminder that freedom is not permanent. It must be defeated and it must be defended and deepened by each generation. We call on all sectors of society to reflect, to unite, and to work together in building a non-racial, non-sexist, and a prosperous South Africa. Honorable members, let me close by reminding us that the Freedom Charter was not a government policy. It was a people's declaration. It was born in the streets, in the churches, in the mines, and in the kitchens of the working class homes. It envisioned a South Africa where no child goes to bed hungry, no woman is silenced by abuse, no community is left behind, and no person is judged by race, gender, or class. Let us not betray that vision. Let us remain steadfast, not merely by quoting the charter, but by living it in Gamachegeza, in Mitchell's Plain, in Mokopane, and in Matatiela. Let us deepen democracy and deliver socio-economic justice. Let us build the South Africa our people declared in 1955 and voted for in 1994, sorry. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable S. Mwali.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, people of South Africa, ake sikhulumeni le ndaba yale nkululeko ekuthiwa inkululeko. Today we mark Freedom Day. But what does this mean to the millions who still live in shacks? What does it mean to the youth without jobs, to the families without water, to the communities still landless? The MK Party does not commemorate this day with a celebration, but we mark it with defiance because true freedom has not yet arrived. Let me begin not with the voices of the liberals who compromised with apartheid, but with the true revolutionary. Anthony Lembede once said, I quote, "We must free ourselves mentally and spiritually. Africans must fight for themselves and rely on themselves for liberation," end quote. That fight, comrades, is not far from over. The so-called freedom that we attained in 1994 was a political settlement, not a social or economic revolution. Empeleni basidayisela ingulube isesakeni ngoba basinika amandla okuvota bawubamba umnotho nomhlaba. Asiqhubeke. The MK Party was formed because the promises of that transition were sold to the highest bidder, and we were promised land, but we got title deeds to townships. We were promised wealth redistribution, but we got tenderpreneurs and billionaires. We were promised dignity, but the majority still live without it. Madam Speaker, our people are still out of the economy. The mines are still with foreign owners. The banks still serve the capital. And the black entrepreneurs face closed doors, red tape, and no capital. Monopolistic industries dominate every sector. It is not freedom that Chris Hani once died for when he said, "What I fear is that the liberators will become new oppressors, and we will create a society where majority of our people truly enjoy. We need to create a society where our people truly enjoy the wealth of this country." I close quote. Madam Speaker, the land question remains the greatest betrayal of our time. Land was stolen through force, and yet we are told to buy it back through market forces. Even the ANC, Madam Speaker, which once championed the land reform, has now bowed down to its new masters, the DA, in this GNU. And we ask, who is free when the land remains in the hands of the colonial minority? Madam Speaker, the youth unemployment is a time-ticking bomb. Millions of our young people wake up every day to a future with no prospects. Instead of jobs creation, we see budgets cut. Instead of skills development, we see empty slogans. This generation has been betrayed by politicians obsessed with deals not development. Madam Speaker, in South Africa, parts of South Africa, people are living with worse conditions than ever did under the apartheid. Communities in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Free State are surviving without water, and load shedding continue to paralyze the economy. Hospitals are collapsing, and yet we are told to celebrate. No, Madam Speaker, we will not celebrate this false freedom. This GNU is a farce. It is not unity of the people. It is the unity of the elite. The ANC and DA have joined hands together to protect the privilege, not to dismantle it. The same DA that opposed land expropriation without compensation now dictates government's policy. The same ANC that once sang songs of liberation now sings lullaby to the capital. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, it is not yet uhuru for our people. Comrades, we did not fight for this. And we did not bury our heroes in the shadow graves we did not bury our heroes in the shadow graves so that those who could get rich of their blood. But the Freedom Day today is not a celebration. It is a reminder that we have not yet won. What we must reclaim, the MK party exists to complete this unfinished revolution. Now, let me close with this renowned version, the comrade Anthony Lembete, when he says, I quote, "Until Africa is free, economically, socially, culturally, there's no freedom at all. And until that day comes, we say boldly, it is not yet uhuru, but under the banner of MK party, that uhuru is coming." I thank you.
Thank you. Ilunga elihloniphekile Madikizela. Somlomo kumalunga alendlu owisomthetho nakubemi baseMzantsi Afrika ngokubanzi mandizibulisele. Manibulele kumagoha namagohakazi ancama ubomi bawo elwela eli lizwe. Ukuqinisekisa into abantu abafana nami bangamalungu alendlu yowisomthetho. Namhlanje sinamalungelo, siyavota, sivakalisa izimvo zethu, singoyiki ukuhoriswa nokutshutshiswa. Madam Speaker, as we commemorate Freedom Day, let us reflect on the rights and liberties, both realized and unrealized. Millions of people remain entrapped by poverty, unemployment, inequality, and crime. Addressing these social and economic injustices will not come from the same old slogans, rhetoric, and policies that have failed our people over the last 3 decades. To millions of our people, freedom remains an elusive dream, and we can never truly celebrate this day until they are also economically emancipated. Our journey to freedom continues, and we must not grow complacent. We need decisive leadership to implement economic reforms to urgently deliver jobs and grow our economy. The Government of National Unity presents hope for South Africans that parties will bring to the table evidence-based policies for economic growth, make compromises, and make the right decisions that will put our people first. Disagreements in government are inevitable, and they are a sign of healthy democracy. Critical thinking and innovation is born out of different views. While disagreements can grow intense as parties seek to serve their constituencies best, our democracy is ultimately healthier and more robust from diverse opinions. Madam Speaker, we must be vigilant to certain disturbing elements that are a threat to our young democracy. There are members in this House who cozy up to dictators and terrorist organizations from countries that have no respect for democratic values, human rights, freedom of speech, and association. We must defend these values at all costs. Our foreign policy must be based on the principles of democracy, non-racialism, constitutionalism, and the rule of law. These cannot be traded on the altar of political expediency and personal interest. Madam Speaker, for many people in our country and in this House, the land debate has dominated our political discourse for years, and rightfully so, given our history. Politicians, unfortunately, misuse it to whip up emotions in order to score political points. The reality is that land reform has been a huge failure in our country, and that has nothing to do with the limitation of Section 25, as some would like us to believe. The DA believes in expanding land ownership through the transfer of state-owned land. We have embarked on this, transferring countless title deeds where we govern, and implore the department to do more of this. It costs government little, but can change the lives for generations. According to a high-level panel report of 2017, headed by former President Kgalema Motlanthe, he mentioned various reasons that resulted in the failure of land reform, including lack of financial support from government to beneficiaries and widespread corruption. Unfortunately, those issues remain a challenge because there is very little political will to address them. We hope current Minister Nyonzo will turn a new leaf in this regard. Instead of addressing these issues, we have jumped steps in the form of process by introducing new legislations without fully implementing the current laws. Communal Land Tenure Bill was introduced in 2017 after the withdrawal of Communal Land Rights Act. 8 years down the line, we haven't seen any progress in this regard. According to Department of Land Reform and Rural Development report, 5.3 million hectares of land have been redistributed to over 315,000 beneficiaries since 1994. The status of redistributed land and their beneficiaries remain unknown. Approximately 1.3 million hectares of fertile agricultural land remain unused. 80% of it is in 3 provinces, namely Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal. Yet these provinces have the highest poverty and unemployment rate. Land ownership, particularly for those who are dispossessed, is urgent. It is also crucial to ensure that every piece of land is optimally used for food security and decent living conditions. The current tenure system, the Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act, to secure the land rights of people living in the former Bantustan, was introduced in 1996 as a temporary solution that would protect people living in communal areas. However, it doesn't address the issue of land ownership for rural residents. Section 25(6) of our Constitution states, I quote, "A person or community whose tenure of land is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices is entitled, to the extent provided by an act of parliament, either to tenure which is legally secure or to comparable redress," close quote. It is therefore the responsibility of parliament to initiate a process that would comply with this section of our Constitution. Government Land Administration and Communal Tenure Consultation of 2022 produced 38 outcomes that formed the basis of policy development proposals in this regard. While we should take the concerns of traditional leaders raised at that meeting, this should not be a deterrent. Successful land reform requires working hand in hand with traditional leaders on the basis of trust. This requires policy consistency from government with clear plans and timeframes and willingness by all parties involved to put the interests of our people first. The real estate market value in South Africa is approximately 7 trillion rands. Through security of tenure in communal lands, we can leverage investment in our rural areas, helping to ensure that economic growth and job creation is consistent among all communities. Providing land ownership gives people choice whether they wish to sell, enter into short or long-term lease agreements, or use their assets for capital from financial institutions to start businesses. Successful land reform is not a zero-sum game between government and traditional leadership. We can increase land ownership to previously disadvantaged South Africans while working with traditional leaders to make this a success. Madam Speaker, Freedom Day is about celebrating how far we have come as a nation since the darkest days of apartheid. But it's also a day for us to reflect on what we can do better to realize our precious constitutional project. We must do all we can to improve the lives of millions of South Africans who have yet to benefit from their hard-won freedoms. It is imperative that we grow our economy, take real steps to create decent jobs, and give South Africans the opportunity to live a life they value. Kom ons bou, werk saam, en vat Suid-Afrika vorentoe. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Matthias.
Re lebohe motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Ke dumedise Commander in Chief. Ke dumedise le maloko ohle a EFF ba ileng ba fa baahi ba Afrika Borwa ho itseng seo ba ka se ketekang lemong sena ha re keteka 31 days ya democracy. Be bile ke lebohe boteng ba moparamento o tla lekgotleng la puso ya Lesotho Ntate Mokgothu Mokgalanyana. Ke re Morena Soro amoetse. Ke tlhalose hape motsamaisi wa dipuisano hore ha fela ho ntso hona le meedi ena e teng e arohanyang Lesotho le South Africa, Botswana le South Africa, Swaziland, tokolo ya rona ya phethahala. Until such time that we do away with these artificial boundaries, we are not entirely free. Lesotho and South Africa is one country. This day, Honorable Chair, is a symbol of triumph of human spirit over the barbarity of slavery and racism. It marks the end of apartheid, coloniality, and the beginning of freedom and democracy. This day is the testimony of living records of generations, of sacrifices, a gauge of democratic health, an affirmation of Pan-African solidarity with fellow Africans on the continent and in diaspora. It is a commitment of principle of progressive internationalism and solidarity we share with the people of Palestine and Sahrawi people in Western Sahara. It is a constant reminder and a commitment that we here in South Africa are not free until Palestinians and Sahrawi people are free. House Chairperson, 31 years later, the momentous vote we had in 1994, despite all of that, and with all the shortcomings of the 1994 transition, the people of South Africa, even today, still grappling with shifting perceptions of democracy and its meaning in real time. They ask questions: are we indeed free, or we've been fed lies and sense of false hope, with the hope that victory shall come, with the hope that we live under conditions of democracy. This democracy and freedom is incomplete as long as we don't celebrate it with Africans in diaspora, in Africans in Caribbean and everywhere else. Democracy means nothing, Honorable Speaker, for as long as we celebrate under conditions in which there is no economic freedom. As the EFF Founding Manifesto asserts, I quote, "Political freedom without economic freedom is meaningless. It shall remain meaningless, Honorable Chair, for as long that land has not been expropriated and returned back to the rightful owners. For as long as nationalization of mines and the commanding heights of the strategic sectors of the economy remain untransformed. For as long as there is no free quality education, free primary health care and sanitation. For as long as there's no industrialization at the national scale of the economy. As long as there's no intention to build state capacity for a capable state, for effective delivery of services, without dismantling the gap between the rich and the poor, without diminishing the wage gap between white and blacks, the idea and the notion of freedom and democracy will forever evade us. And people will continue to ask, whether are we free? Together, there are elements of reaction in this House who have found comfort, especially from the ranks of the former liberation movement, who have found bedfellows in the parties of apartheid and colonialism, and risk reversing the gains of freedom and democracy. Together, these reactionary forces sing, Kumbunya, Akuna Matata, we're happy together. This is a false singing and putting poor people into sleep. Whilst multitude of black people languishes in poverty and underdevelopment, while the settler minority that benefited from apartheid and colonialism still hold to that legacy of ill-gotten privileges and wealth. For these ideological, historical amoebas, the interests of the dispossessed and the dispossessor are the same. The interests of the exploitative class and exploited mass of our people are the same. They would have us believe that colonial dispossession and apartheid were just figments of our own imaginations. We need to free this country from the abyss of thoughtlessness and stupidity. House Chairperson and Speaker, political freedom without economic freedom is meaningless because it is based on false hope. It is based on mere rhetoric. And for that, the fight for economic freedom, for justice, and for socialism remains the only options, remains the only system that we yearn for which we shall commit ourselves to realize. We shall not surrender, we shall not retreat, we shall not capitulate. Economic freedom in a lifetime or death, victory is certain. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is the Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our presence in this House today is a powerful testament to the deep sense of ownership that millions of South Africans feel towards our democracy. Every party represented here reflects the full spectrum of our nation's diversity across race, culture, language, gender, and background. We stand here not by chance, but because of the conscious choices made by the rich and the poor, the young and the old alike. As the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi so rightly observed, I quote, "Amongst the various national holidays that we observe in South Africa, Freedom Day is perhaps the most inclusive," close quote. There is much more to our shared history than 27 April 1994. Nevertheless, it is important to celebrate this reference point. To disregard it is not only to diminish our collective journey, but to dishonor the memory of the many brave men and women who gave their lives so that we might live in a free and democratic South Africa. It would be disingenuous to claim that no progress has been made since the advent of democracy. However, a critical question the IFP continues to ask is, how free do South Africans truly feel? Political liberation was never the final destination. It was merely the first step in a much longer journey towards genuine freedom from the social ills that continue to plague our society. The enduring legacies of apartheid are still evident today, manifesting in poverty, underdevelopment, crime, persistent gender inequality, poor service delivery, and the continued lack of access to quality education, decent housing, adequate healthcare, and the hope of a better future for our children. The IFP highlights these realities because we recognize that true freedom is not only about political rights, it is fundamentally shaped by the material conditions in which our people live. Freedom without social justice is an illusion, hollow and incomplete. When inequality persists, when poverty, discrimination, and exclusion remain entrenched, the promise of freedom rings false for many. Without social justice, freedom becomes a privilege enjoyed by the few rather than a right guaranteed to all. A person cannot truly be free if they are trapped in a cycle of poverty, denied quality education, or left without access to healthcare, safety, or opportunity. In the absence of justice, freedom loses its transformative power and becomes a source of frustration rather than hope. For freedom to be meaningful and enduring, it must be underpinned by fairness, equity, and the active dismantling of structural barriers that deny dignity and opportunity to millions. Freedom is not merely the absence of oppression. With freedom comes responsibility. It demands active citizenship, accountability, and a commitment to the welfare of the country. True freedom requires that we not only cherish our rights, but also ensure they are extended to all, especially those still burdened by inequality and exclusion. In this way, the IFP believes that freedom becomes a shared project, one that we must nurture, defend, and grow together. Freedom Day is about acknowledging that we are all equally responsible for the future of South Africa because we all have an equal say in who best represent our interests. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Honourable Van Wyk, and we've also been informed that it will be the Honourable Van Wyk's maiden speech.
Speaker, thank you very much. I stand here today and I would like to come and address you in a language that was never spoken before in this parliament. It is called Afrikaans, and I want to start making it very fashionable here in parliament, because for far too long, we were not recognized in South Africa as so-called colored people. Speaker, ek staan nog hier so in die huis in, en ek onthou ook al die struggle heroes wat brein mense gewees het in die land in. Die Ashley Krills, die George Aprils. Hulle almal het 'n account gehad in die apartheid wat ons gebeklei het in die land in. En altyd, even die speakers wat nou voor my gepraat het, nie een van hulle sal ooit praat van Ashley Krill. Nie een van hulle sal nooit ooit praat van Basil Feebearing. En dit is nie asof history het blank pages in die land nie. Die tyd het gekom, laat ons hulle ook recognize as from now on. Speaker, in 1658, Chief Omato, wat bekend staan as Harry die Strandloper, hy het eendag gesê dat ek sien jy het livestock gekoop, maar die livestock wat julle gekoop het, ek wonder van wat se land af gaan hulle eet, want die land is nie julle se land nie, dit is ons land. En vir dit was hy Robben Island toe gevat. Vir dit het hy die eerste political prisoner geword op Robben Island. Nie die freedom fighters wat ons van ken nie. Speaker, in 1946, President Mandela, hy skryf in 1946 dat toe die nasionale party begin campaign dit vir die 1948 national elections, het hy gesê dat die probleem wat die Africans gefees het in die land in, is die manifesto punt wat die National Party gesê het dat die dompas sal ingestel word. Toe dit gekom het by kleerling mense, het hulle gesê dat in die race classification gaan inkom. En die Khoi en San mense was met die Race Classification Act van 1950 gere-identified en kleerlinge gemaak in die land in. Terwyl ons die descendants is van die Khoi en San. Met die Freedom Charter in Kliptown, die kleerling leiers was daar so. En wat gebeur het was, as hulle saamgestem het dat hulle kleerlinge is in die land in, dan sal die opening line van die Freedom Charter nog nooit gewees het, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Hulle so gesê, dit belong aan black, colored and white. Maar ons is altyd geweet dat ons is Africans en ons is nie coloreds nie. Speaker, ons is nie vry in die land nie. Even soos nou as hulle my so staan en kyk, ons is 'n taboe in die land nie. Ons word nie ernstig gevat in die land nie. Met dit gesê, Speaker, sien my tyd is voorbij. Salute.
Baie dankie, agbare van Wyk. The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would like to start off by congratulating the Honourable Van Wyk on his maiden speech. I wish you all the best in this house, and it was nice to listen to you. One remark, in this house we are all African. There's nobody here that is not an African. You must understand that, and you must remember that, and you must know that. Now, Chairperson, today we are supposed to debate Freedom Day.
Speaker.
Since
Order, honourable
1995,
members. Order. Honourable Mulder, there is a point of order. If you can please take your seat. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think for the decorum of this House, the honourable member should not point fingers at us, please. I'm just appealing that pointing fingers, maybe somewhere in a farm, if he used to do that, he can't point fingers at us. I'm taking a serious offense on that. I'm really offended on that. He can't point fingers at us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. I did not notice that, so I will have to look at the video, but in all aspects, we do maintain the decorum of the House. Honourable Mulder. Honourable Manye.
Yes. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I want to just ask you that after you've looked and that you must make a ruling because the issue of using gestures is not allowed. So please make a ruling.
Indeed, Honourable Manye, that is in terms of the rules, but I will also make a ruling, as we always do, whenever we go and look at the video. But Honourable Mulder, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. While you look at the video, please look at Honourable Manye, who was also now pointing his finger. That's just the reality.
There's a hand.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we are supposed to have a debate today on Freedom Day. Now,
Order. Honourable Mkalipi. Kaula, please go ahead. Your point of order.
You like me, ne?
Yes, Honourable Mkalipi, I'm seeing you.
Deputy Chair, asikuphiki to African, but ngoba sikhuluma nge-rainbow. Why bona babe nomhlaba thina singenawo umhlaba ngoba phela if ethi sonke sama African nathi asithola umhlaba bangabi nomhlaba bona elele thina singenayo belo bethi bona nabo bama African njengoba kade lo ngikhulumile lento ngiyayifuna impendulo yayo abadedela imhlaba nathi sithole ngoba phela ama African nabo.
Honourable Mkalipi, you are now, Mkalipi, my apologies. Honourable Mkalipi, I'm really missing you.
Deputy Speaker, now we bring back the land.
Honourable
Bring back the
Kaula,
land again.
my apologies.
Me. Bring back the land that you stole.
Honourable Mkalipi, that does not give you the right now to continue. Honourable Mkola, you are now entering into a debate with a member at the podium. And that is not your place now. It is not a point of order, so Honourable Mulder, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Since
Sorry, Deputy Chair. Ngiyakuhlonipha. I respect you. I'm not fighting. Angisho ukuthi angasho ukuthi African. But bengasithathi bathi sama African sonke. Kodwa thina sibe singenawo umhlaba. Abantu bethu besamuka nezikhukhula. Yes. Abathathela umhlaba basinike nathi as ama-African amanye. Why yena ezothi uyi-African?
Honourable member, I have ruled on the matter and it is part of an argument that you are now entering into. The Honourable Mulder may now proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, point of order.
There is a point of order. Is it the Honourable Wessels?
No, it's Honourable Bergman.
Honourable Bergman, on what point are you rising?
Chair, it's just about better procedure with regards to the translation. The translation, there's either no translation when people speak or the translation is very weak. Please can we sort that out? Thank you.
We will have a look into that. Thank you. Honourable members on the platform, please make sure that you are muted. Honourable Mulder, please
Thank
proceed.
you, Deputy Speaker. Since 1995, we've always had debates on Freedom Day on the 27th of April. And these debates were also always very constructive and positive debates. We were trying to find the middle ground and look in terms of where we can take South Africa. I think any objective observer about today's debate cannot say that. This is a rather negative and a rather destructive debate, unfortunately. And I don't think we've moved closer to one another. As a matter of fact, I think we've moved way apart during the last couple of debates, and specifically today. If we look at the topic, united in our resilience to advance social and economic justice and to defend South Africa's democratic order and sovereignty. This could have been a slogan of the Soviet Union. It could have been a slogan in the GDR, because none of what this says is factually true. It's not. United in our resilience. Are we united? Absolutely not. Completely divided. Even parties within the government of national unity. The ANC today made an attack on the Democratic Alliance in a member statement. As if they were not.
Honourable members on the platform, please mute yourselves, otherwise you will be removed.
So I think we should all be concerned about what is happening at the moment in our country. And it's not a surprise. Slowly but surely, South Africa is grinding to a halt. And it was predictable right from the start that it will be about the economy. The economy will be the reason why we are in a problem, and we've got a huge problem here. And that problem was basically because of corruption. Corruption caused this, and the failed economic policies of the current government that caused that as well. Now, if you look at what's happening internationally in terms of the economy, the IMF has come out with a report that indicates 44 of the 54 countries in Africa currently have a higher growth rate than South Africa. The top 20 countries in the world in terms of economic growth, 11 of those are from Africa, but South Africa is not one of them. This country started in 1994 with the strongest economy and the biggest economy on this continent. But what has happened in terms of the South African economy since then? But we should not be surprised. The Honourable Slongwe started off by referring, obviously, by being absolutely committed to the national democratic revolution. Have you missed what happened the last 10 years in this country? If you listen to a speech, it is all the rhetoric as if one party, the ANC, is still in charge of South Africa. You missed the election of last year. The ANC is no longer the government in this country. There's supposed to be a national government of unity. You can't just go on and terms as if the ANC is the only party. As a matter of fact,
Honourable members, order, allow the speaker to complete his speech.
You will be removed in this GNU.
The Honourable Slongwe referred to the Freedom Charter and reminded us, somebody else did the same, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. What a beautiful thing that comes from the Freedom Charter. But the Honourable Minister earlier today made very sure to say, don't worry, we will push the failed policies of the ANC down the throats of the white people. That's what you said. That is what you said. Now, the fact of the matter is, as long as that is the approach, South Africa is in trouble. The government of national unity is also in trouble if that is the kind of approach that is being pushed by the ANC.
You are the trouble.
The fact of the matter is, Freedom Day and this debate should be a constructive, positive debate about taking our country forward. Today, it was not. The best speech was by the
Honourable
Madebe
member, your
of the
time has
IFP,
expired.
was very realistic in terms of what he said. Thank you, ma'am.
Honourable Beasley. Honourable Mkaula.
What nonsense.
Honourable Mkaula, please now. Honourable Mkaula, please allow other speakers to also have an opportunity.
Speaker, we are raising the hands and you don't look after us as a visual.
Honourable Kobane, what is your point of order?
busy
Honorable Beasley.
raising my hands to talk about the speaker that is sitting down now, to talk about election last year. He knows that
Honorable
election
Kubani,
is
that is
rigging.
not a point of order. That
They
is
have
not a
rigged
point
that,
of order.
that conference.
Honorable Kubani, that is not a point of order, and I do not recognize you now. We will now proceed. Honorable Beasley.
Speaker, I'm happy to give a constructive speech. In 1991, as apartheid was being dismantled, and 3 years before our country's first democratic elections held on the 27th of April, 1994, the day we remember as Freedom Day, Nelson Mandela stated, "We do not want freedom without bread, nor do we want bread without freedom." Within this context, we must ask if freedom has come to all South Africans. With 50% of households going to bed hungry tonight, the answer must be no. Freedom
Honorable
has not...
Beasley, just a moment. It seems that the Honorable Chauke Adonis' hand is raised. Honorable Chauke Adonis, is your hand raised?
Thank you very much, Deputy House Chairperson. I think you have moved from the matter, but I think the latter speaker must not mislead citizens and South Africans. We must be alive to the reality that many Black South Africans still are subjected to discrimination and exclusion from
Honorable
opportunity.
Member, that is not a point of order. We will now proceed. Honorable Beasley.
With 8 million people unemployed, including youth unemployment at more than 60%, the answer must be no. Freedom has not come to all South Africans. With obscene inequality, the answer must be no. Freedom has not come to all South Africans. With many South Africans having limited access to basic services, including quality education, healthcare, housing, and social security, the answer must be no. Freedom has not come to all South Africans. The sad and lived reality of many South Africans is that freedom has not come to all. And what makes this statement even sadder is that this should not be the case. With our country's vast natural resources and our strategic location, our country should be flourishing. Every South African should be truly free. However, due to too much greed and ongoing racial practices, the rich are getting richer, and the poor are getting poorer, and the racial economics divide continue unabated. Speaker, greed is destroying our country and is evident in the amount of corruption, incompetence, and wastages that is endemic in our country. There is no better example of the manifestation of greed than in the size of our country's bloated cabinet, with all of the cabinets with the 75 members living luxurious lifestyles. Children don't have bread whilst the 75-member cabinet are jetting around the world in luxury. One minister spent 198,000 on one night's accommodation. This could have built a house for a needy family. Unfettered greed is morally incomprehensible and is preventing true freedom. So too is the ongoing racial prejudices and practices destroying our country. How can a party in the so-called government of national unity not stand for transformation and will go to court to defend their position? Racism and the failure to embrace transformation is morally incomprehensible and is preventing true freedom. Speaker, as Action SA, we
Speaker,
are...
my hand is up.
Honourable Member, Honourable Beasley, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
I rise on a point of order that the member must not mislead the House that members of the executive are living luxury when were not allocated houses, were still in hotels by the very same ministry that I represent. Thank you.
Honourable Member, that is a point of debate. Honourable Beasley, please proceed.
Speaker, as Action SA, we are unequivocal in our stance.
Honourable Beasley, please take your seat. Honourable Pambu.
I think it must be noted by the House that that information we were not privy to as members of Parliament, that there are people who are sleeping in hotels at the taxpayers' expense. And I think we must take that seriously and possibly debate it in the House, because we don't have a budget now. And there are people who are telling us that they are sleeping in hotels to try to combat that they are living in luxury.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of
and must
order.
be noted. Thank
You can take that up in a relevant committee. Honourable Beasley, please proceed.
Speaker, as Action SA, we are unequivocal in our stance. Firstly, economic justice is the key to achieving social justice. Secondly, we support transformation policies and programs that empower Black South Africans. Thirdly, for economic and social justice to become a reality, corruption, incompetence, and wastages in government departments and entities must be stopped. Our call as Action SA and all members of Parliament is let us be united and let's fix South Africa. Let's put all South Africans before one's political party, political careers, and the leadership and the egos of our leadership. Let us recognize that there are ongoing wounds from the past that still need to be treated. Let us recognize that currently the circumstances of somebody's birth impacts on their chances of achieving prosperity and upward social mobility. This needs to be urgently addressed. Speaker, in conclusion, let us be united in ensuring that freedom and social and economic justice coexist. In doing so, we will ensure our country's democratic order and sovereignty is not only protected, but also strengthened. Let us be united, ensuring that there is indeed bread with freedom. Thank you.
The Honourable Meshwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. According to the founding provisions of our Constitution, the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on, among other things, values such as human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. The theme of this year's Freedom Day celebrations was being united in our resilience to advance social and economic justice and to defend South Africa's democratic order and sovereignty. I believe the more accurate theme should have been counting our democratic losses, as there is enough evidence to prove that as a nation, we are regressing and not progressing. When asked by journalists how they were going to celebrate Freedom Day, the vast majority of respondents said that there was still nothing to celebrate as the cost of living is skyrocketing and life is becoming difficult for them. Frustrations due to poor service delivery is cited by most respondents as the reason they have nothing to celebrate. Deputy Speaker, I have to commend Honorable Ashley Sauls, who, when questioning the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Central University of Technology in Higher Education Committee meeting about their staff composition, exposed a very sad practice happening in that university. What I found to be totally unacceptable was to hear that the VC of that Central University in the Free State chooses foreigners over qualified South Africans. The one example that remained with me was to hear that Professor Dr. Noluntu Mbekwa, who is a Black professional woman, was denied a position she qualified for, and the CTU chose to take a foreigner instead of her. This, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is not acceptable and should be investigated, and corrective action must be taken to ensure that there is no repetition of the injustice that was done to Professor Mbekwa. The GNU must address the shortage of skills in the country by developing and giving more training to locals in different fields. The ACDP looks forward to a nation that will progress unhindered by corruption and incompetence, to see our economy growing, more people employed, living standards improving, criminals successfully prosecuted and punished, our young people protected from drugs, to enable them to contribute towards making this nation the most peaceful, prosperous, and winning nation. I thank you.
The Honourable Nontenja.
Malbongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and greetings to all. On the 27th of April, the nation celebrated one of the most significant days in the South African history, the Freedom Day. It is important to take time to contemplate the difficult path and sacrifices that were enjoyed by our heroes and heroines for us to realize the freedom that we now have. Therefore, it is vital for us to reflect on the triumphs and failures of our democracy. Freedom Day marked the dawn of a new era, instilling hope, dreams, and aspirations for a brighter future for all. The nation might have gained political freedom, if that might be the case. However, there is a dire need to advance economic freedom. As significant economic disparities persist, with many Black people and communities disproportionately facing poverty, limited access to resources, and poor infrastructure, not to mention the skyrocketing unemployment rate. We have thousands of graduates who are adding to the high level of unemployment. Graduates who would be grateful even if they get a job to sweep the streets. Graduates who are frustrated and hopeless, facing a bleak future. We have porous borders where we don't know who's within our country and the number. We are a nation that is comfortable with feeding the continent at the expense of our citizens. We are a nation that is quick to label our sons and daughters as nyaupes without considering the social ills that have pushed them into that corner. Our sons and daughters are vandalizing the graves of their forebears so that they can sniff the powder from the bones of their forefathers. We pride ourselves on having the best constitution, a constitution that favors the continent over our country. They even share on SASSA grants. A constitution that favors criminals over law-abiding citizens. Honorable Deputy Speaker, charity begins at home. The reality is that is not yet Uhuru. I thank you.
The Honorable Zibi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is to be expected that everybody will ask, are we yet free? This morning, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, on which I and other members of this House were actually in the room today, took two presentations by the Auditor General. These were on the audit outcomes of the Mangaung Metro and the Masilonyana municipality. Both of them are in the Free State province. What the Auditor General told us was devastating. Both local authorities are not just failing, but actively harming their residents. It is not just a failure to deliver services, but a deliberate, systematic neglect and destruction driven by a lack of care for the well-being of fellow South Africans. 45% of Mangaung's budget in this financial year is paying for last year's financial commitments, which were in and of themselves irregular. The Metro does little to no road maintenance at all, and instead tries to build new roads which are delayed with uncontrolled cost overruns. It cannot put together sufficient information to assess its performance against objectives. It is a chronic non-performer, and its residents are beaten, exhausted, and hopeless. Masilonyana is worse, far worse. It's practically dysfunctional. Just like Mangaung, the AG's recommendations are routinely ignored. The audit committee only met 9 months into the 2023-24 financial year to sign documents they should have signed at the beginning of the financial year. Otherwise, it practically never meets. There is no financial planning, let alone financial controls. The municipality has 3 to 4 people to read over 16,000 water meters, which means this hardly ever gets done. It's financially unsustainable. But what I really want to talk about is the fact that some of these municipalities and local authorities in our country are named after revered heroes of our struggle. They are OR Tambo District Municipality, they are Alfred Nzo, they are Makanda, they are Makoma, and so on. What the South African people need to be freed from is the inertia and lack of action of those who lead in this house, in provincial legislatures, and in local government. If we cannot get the basics right, we cannot deliver freedom. But for those who are not moved by not even getting the basics right, let us at least try and not spit on the legacies and graves of those who came before us. Because when these authorities and other areas of government are poorly run, we shame them and they turn in their graves. Let's deliver freedom by doing the right thing. I thank you.
Honorable Maimane.
Honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsho dumelang. I think today we can talk about freedom and talk about the celebration that it ought to be that we've achieved political rights. But in truth, I want to warn about a serious project that is being undertaken, which is a project of unfreedom. This idea that in fact, we look at our constitution and its progressive rights, yet we fail to deliver on those progressive rights. It's this idea that we talk about highly convoluted dreams of the future, but we lack the ambition. And in fact, most people are starting to believe that we're heading in the right direction. We look at struggle heroes and we name days after them, but in fact, we forget that there are those who are stealing from SASSA grants, they are stealing from children's education, and we don't prosecute them and we hold commissions that go to waste. It is the ultimate fact of the fact that today freedom equates to a job and too many of our young people do not work. It's the plumber who literally is held back by red tape. It's the fact that there are children today, I wish the Minister of Basic Education was here, that are going to school without a school feeding program. They are hungry, they cannot learn. Yet we stand here and we say, Happy Freedom Day. Fellow South Africans, I think we should watch this project of unfreedom. It is inherently put forward by the fact that if we fail to govern, we will never be able to protect even the very idea of the political freedoms we claim to have achieved. They will be shackled by poverty, by joblessness. Come with me to any township, more specifically Dobsonville. People don't even have water. They talk about load reduction. They talk about the fact that we're failing the governance test. I want to give you the quote from the Kenyans, which is always such a genuine reminder that at first we are liberated, and then we must liberate ourselves from the liberators. Fellow South Africans, as BOSA, we launched the Growth Charter because we believe our economy must be digitized. We believe infrastructure must be funded. We think we need to be ambitious and grow our GDP higher than our population at 3.6%. It's not a wish list. It's a blueprint. Because if we fail to govern, we will soon see South Africans behaving like the Israelites on the way to the promised land, looking back and claiming that Egypt was better. They will start to call for political messiahs. They'll ask for Jacob Zuma or they'll ask for a white president. I fear that when that day comes, we will see apartheid return. It will be called a different name.
Your time has
I warn you,
expired.
let's build a different South Africa. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Zungula.
Mandibulele, Speaker. There is no freedom without the land. There is no freedom without the economy. There can be no freedom when you are governed by laws that are not reflective of our culture, traditions, and customs. What freedom can come from a negotiated political settlement where the oppressors retain the land they stolen and the racial system that subjugates the indigenous Black people is still in place? what freedom can be found from, what freedom can come from negotiations where the negotiators become overnight billionaires and shareholders of the companies that exploit our country. There is no freedom when the so-called leaders are co-opted into the system and are now the biggest defenders of the interest of the imperialist. There is no freedom when the country's apartheid sanctuaries like Orania and Kleinfontein and the former ruling party protect such apartheid enclaves in exchange of being voted into office, because it is in office, not in power. There is no freedom to enjoy when job opportunities are given to people coming from outside of the country, and when the basic levels of the economy in the townships and villages is not in the hands of the locals. Abantu mabangatyisa ityiwa apha. Ayiyo le nkululeko yayilelwa ngomkhokho mkhulu lena. We must fight for true freedom, not this sanitized freedom, where freedom fighters want to appease and align with the oppressors by governing with the parties of the oppressors, parties who voted against the ending of apartheid. True freedom means the country must reclaim its identity of Azania. When Southwest Africa got its freedom, they became Namibia. Northern Rhodesia became Zambia. God is South Africa, ihleli is South Africa. True freedom means the land must return to its original owners, and the natives must be the primary beneficiaries of all economic activities in the land. This, Maqabane, is impossible without unity. The only way we can have true freedom in our country is through a 2/3 majority of progressives, where we can have a new constitution that reflects the will of the people to ensure the mineral wealth belongs to the people and the economy is in the hands of the people. And finally, Abantu can finally enjoy the country, because they've never enjoyed the country since 1652. And it is something that is problematic that every year we're going to come and celebrate Freedom Day. Whereas in the lives of ordinary South African citizens, there is no freedom when their children are dying in pit toilets. There is no freedom when they're drinking water with animals. There is no freedom in joblessness. There's no freedom in poverty. I thank you.
Next speaker is the Honorable Sali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. Freedom Day, the commemoration of this day should not be passed without honoring the brave heroes and heroines who sacrificed their lives for an end to colonialism, apartheid, and for social and economic justice. Today, our Constitution affords all South Africans the right to vote and enjoy all manners of rights on paper. Yet we are aware of our failures to improve the lives of the dispossessed and oppressed masses. We cannot say we are free when vast majority of the masses are still living in abject poverty, unemployed, homeless, evictions from farms and homes continue unabated, and crime, substance abuse, gangsterism subjected to horrendous medical care. The liberation struggle was against colonialism, yet today we continue to struggle for the return of our land, wealth, and the restoration of our rights and dignity as victims of an oppressive system. The deal negotiated with the Apartheid National Party is undermining the dispossessed masses' right to their stolen land. They still have no dignity and confined to squatter camps without basic services such as water, toilets, electricity, and roads. Our people live in shacks that are prone to destruction by floods and fires, and we're still subjected to the dehumanizing bucket system. 31 years, we are sitting with overflowing classroom. Youth unemployment is hovering around 70%. Our people left depending on the meager social grants for survival. Freedom cannot be claimed while corruption and lack of accountability continues to cripple the people of our country. We have reactionary groups such as the DA and their racist cohorts who are working against bills to rectify policies to work in the interests of the poor and working class. Al-Jamaa reiterates what President Nelson Mandela said: our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. And he further described the Israeli government as a terrorist state. The treacherous visit by the members of parliament who visited the terrorist and apartheid entity is guilty of genocide of Palestinians must be investigated. This alleged fact-finding trip is a direct affront to South Africa's commitment to justice for Palestinians. It is shocking that these MPs come from marginalized groups who are seeking return of their own land and resources. The colonialists robbed them of right in South Africa. They too have suffered mass murders, but sadly today, they've closed their eyes to the suffering and genocide of the indigenous indigenous people of Palestine and support the colonizers. And what hypocrisy. We call on government to act swiftly in guarding against forces infiltrating the country, targeting our freedom with an imperialist agenda, and to investigate the DA for its aspirations to colonize the Western Cape, to bring back the old apartheid and Zionist system. I thank you.
The Honourable Masina.
Thank you very much. The introduction of apartheid South Africa in 1948 marked the turning point for the liberation struggle. On the occasion of celebrating the Freedom Day, the African National Congress would like to go down memory lane and reflect on the heroic contribution by the generation of the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, who contributed immensely in shaping the direction of the struggle. Amongst the contribution credited to this generation include the 1949 Program of Action, which changed the method of struggle, the 1952 Defiance Campaign, and the 1955 Freedom Charter adoption, and the 1961 reformation of the Real Umkhonto weSizwe. These successive generations took the struggle to its logical conclusion and ensured that they inspired the generation of 1976 student uprising, the 1985 death-defying generation, who were inspired by O.R. Tambo to make the apartheid unworkable and render the country ungovernable. This was an important moment in the struggle for liberation, and we dare say it was indeed a moment to propel the struggle to a democratic breakthrough, which we enjoy today. It is the same generation that went into negotiations for a democratic South Africa and introduced some of the far-reaching policies, including the Reconstruction and Development Program. In essence, the RDP identified 5 major policy programs which were to be implemented vigorously in an attempt to rectify the unbearable conditions created by apartheid, and I will not save time and quote those. On the occasion of celebrating the Freedom Day, the ANC wishes to assert its authority and praise praise the foundation laid by the RDP, particularly on the key priorities as a basis for fundamental transformation and economic responses to the material condition that is faced by our people. Observations by President Thabo Mbeki to mark the 30th anniversary of South Africa's democracy in April last year gave a full account on the RDP and its supplementary program, which were the GEAR as well as the ICASA. Even though there were conflicting views on GEAR within the Alliance and the ANC, we continue to ensure that these are implemented in order to support the fundamental restructuring of our economy. President Mbeki argued that the period between 1994 transition could be divided into 2 ages. The first lasted between 1994 and 2007. The second started around 2008, and we're now at the tail end of it. The 2 ages reveal themselves clearly in South Africa's development indicators. He went on to describe some of those developmental indicators and spoke about what lies ahead for South Africa as it moves out of the second age into the third one. South Africa's first age from 1994 to 2007 marked by the considerable progress across the range indicators, including the GDP, which grew at an average of 3.6%. The number of people with jobs increased from pure 8 million to about 14 million at that time. The average GDP per capita increased almost 40 times in real terms, and this as well as the adjusted inflation. The extensively quoted Dr. Andres and Dr. Cronje, who are not the friends of the African National Congress, who characterized the first age and said, and I quote, "Our country's gross domestic product per capita, the fixed investment rating, which was rising, as well as at the same time, our country's investment competitiveness ranking as amongst the indicators which were doing well in our economy. The national data, the national data in the period up to 2007 collectively marked the progressive in advancing living standard that will rival any other post-colonial emerging market. Using various studies, there is little doubt that the substantial strides have been made in reducing poverty since 1994, whether using the metric, the money metric measurement or the multidimensional poverty measures. After the 1988 Asian economic crisis,
The GDP growth rate rose steadily to about average 5% between 2004 to 2007. This was the first time that the level of economic growth had been maintained for a number of years since the half of the century. One of the important results of this pursuit of correct macroeconomic policies was that government achieved the very first sustained budget surplus since the formation of the Union in 1910. He concluded his account, and I said, steadily, the dark cloud of despair are lifting, giving away the seasons of hope. Our country, which for centuries have bleeded thousands of wounds, is progressing towards healing. Thirdly, he said, the continuing progress of social and national emancipation to which all were subjected to constitute an evolving act of self-determination. Honorable members of this August House, I will not, honorable members of this August House, I will not, that you will notice that I choose not to say anything about what is referred to as the second age, not that there is no data to back up the decline or failures associated with that particular period, except to say that things went terribly wrong and that threatened the reversal of most of these key indicators which I've referred to in the first age. Honorable members, notwithstanding the period I did not mention, in 2018, the ANC brought back much needed hope to the nation. It stabilized its public institution and fought back the rampant corruption and dealt decisively with state capture. The ANC government started to rebuild institutions of the state, started with the rebuilding of network industries, and enhanced the state, amongst others. It can be stated categorically that the RDP is the RDP and its supplementary programs such as GIA and ICASA successfully created what is known as the middle strata, consisting largely of those that were born in the 70s and 80s, because they became the first beneficiary of the democratic project. They were beneficiaries in the institutions of higher learning and went on to become the first to have their own homes, to have their degrees, and to move out of the informal settlement townships and villages into cities, and they were the first to get decent public and private sector jobs as professionals, enabling them to own properties and assets, have decent savings and able to prepare the future of their children. I want to say that the generation of the 90s and 2000 are amongst the primary beneficiaries of our democratic breakthrough. They've grown up fundamentally in a different environment, one shaped by the rapid technological advancement, shifting social norms, and era that both unprecedented access to information, the rise of misinformation, entitlement, and digital disconnection from our areas. While we are faced with challenges of high unemployment, which threaten the economic freedom, it is important to emphasize that South Africans remain resilient people who stand together even in the face of adversaries. The ANC is cognizant of these challenges of our people, and we remain committed in ensuring that we can advance social transformation. At the same breath, we must confront the mounting pressures faced by the workings of the middle class. The ANC must lead decisively the projects to alleviate the cost of living crisis and create sustainable opportunities and ensure that access to decent work. For those of over age of 35, we must ensure that we proceed with the project of skilling and reskilling. As I look forward, Freedom Day is a call to defend and deepen and expand our gains of freedom. Let us remain united in our resilience and steadfast in our resolve to build a just and sovereign South Africa. I thank you.
I just want to make sure that the next speaker, whether the next speaker is perhaps online, NCC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Speaker, it's been a very, very interesting debate. It's been very interesting to hear different opinions on Freedom Day. But in truth, South Africa is not free. South Africans cannot be free. An unemployed man cannot be free. A landless man cannot be free. A hungry man, he cannot be free. And millions of our people suffer from this illness of poverty. And this parliament cannot be like the six before them that has failed these people. On Freedom Day, many of us bought meat, lit the fire, bought alcohol, celebrated, oblivious to the fact that there are tens of millions of people out there who will never know that, not at this trajectory. I want to speak, Speaker, on my constituency. You'd have noticed, if you came into the Western Cape, that there was no statue of Ashley Creel. No mention of Anton Franz. These young men gave their lives for freedom. They believed in freedom. They believed in the ANC. With their last breaths, they fought for freedom. But this country has forgotten them. They've been whitewashed. And the communities that they fought for often get accused of being collaborators of apartheid. We were not. No mention was made in this room of BMW, the Pontyville military wing, the most militant arm of armed resistance that this country has ever known, irrespective of what anybody says. The colored people are being overlooked here as we were then. In 1994, we were sold out by the ANC that we loved. The UDF is the true liberator of this country, led by the legend that is Alan Boesak. When the UDF turned 30, 2 years ago, the ANC didn't even bother to light a candle for it, in spite of what this country owes them. It is a sad thing, and it is a sad fate. The colored community knows imprisonment better than anyone else. 85% of all people incarcerated come from us. It's as if we give birth to criminals. We certainly don't. Speaker, I listened to certain people speak in this meeting, and I hear you. And I agree with the minister who says that we will force employment equity down the throats of those who resisted. The question I have for certain people in this room is, why will you not chew and swallow equality? Why do we have to force it down your throats? We will not be free, Speaker, until the day when the beneficiaries of apartheid stop fighting the victims of apartheid, join hands with us, and say to us, we are in this together. This is us versus them. It's black, colored, and Indian versus white. Ultimately, there's only going to be one winner. Speaker, on the issue of land, how is it that 30 years later, the land thieves want to have the major say in what we do with the land?
Honourable Adams, your time has expired. Let's just make sure that PAC
wasn't 3 minutes, but
PAC online. Not then the Honourable Mashlatsi.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Is there a hand on the virtual platform?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, my apologies. Honourable Member.
Thank you. It's not a point of order. I've just been informed that one of our members, Honourable Matopa, is struggling to get in. She's been in the lobby for more than half an hour. And I'm hoping then that IT can sort that out, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, they will attend to it. May I plead with whips that if that is the case, that the whip present in the chamber just alert the table staff in future. Thank you. Honourable Mashlatsi, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Awesome, Africa. The UAT firmly reject the celebration of Freedom's Day, asserting that there can be no freedom while our people are still landless, unemployed, hungry, and are trapped in deep inequalities. For UAT to commemorate the day that symbolizes liberation, it will be like a betrayal to the majority of our people who are still living in poverty, who continue to suffer under the weight of broken promises and systemic injustice. Until the land is restored to the rightful owners, hunger is eradicated and dignity is restored through meaningful employment and equality. Freedom's Day stands as a painful reminder of a freedom deferred, not realized. Let us not forget, 1994 gave us the vote, but it did not give us the land. It gave us the flag, but not the food. It opened the ballot box, but kept the bank vault close to the black majority. Today, 30 years later, inequalities has grown deeper. Our rural people still live in desperation. The shack dwellers still bathe in the basket. The youth still wander in the street looking for dignity in a system that offers none. So no, we cannot, we will not celebrate freedom that exists only in speeches, songs, in ceremonies. True freedom must be lived, must be tangible, must be shared. Until that day comes, the United African Transformation call for national reflection, not national celebration. We demand a freedom that feeds, a freedom that houses, a freedom that empowers, not one that deceives. Katni mambo.
Woo, Dr. Wanda.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Klopper.
Honorable House Chairperson, 27th of April 2025 marked 31 years since the most important day in our nation's history. Every year we celebrate Freedom Day to commemorate the end of one of the cruelest, most divisive systems of government the world has seen in modern era. Apartheid enforced systematic discrimination on all levels of society that haunts our country till today. Honorable members, today's debate calls for deep reflection not into our past only, but more importantly, where we are heading as a country. Freedom Day was never meant to be celebrated by looking backwards. Those who devoted their lives to the cause of creating an equal and democratic society did not intend that we only celebrate the work that has been done. They wanted Freedom Day to serve as a reminder that we never stop working to realize a shared dream of a prosperous South African for all its citizens. They wanted us to work towards celebrating a dream of what is yet to come. There is no better way to honor those who came before us than building on the foundations they have already laid. This brings us to a critical question. What have we done in the past 31 years to honor the freedom that so many people died for? Honorable House Chairperson, we have come a long way since 27th of April 1994, and the Democratic Alliance recognizes the efforts of our partner in the GNU. In the same breath, we must acknowledge that more could have been done to undo the horrors of our past. We have wasted time that could be used to rebuild South Africa, and we have wasted it at the cost of the most affected of the previous injustices. 60% of our youth is unemployed. 128 women are raped daily in South Africa. We have one of the highest murder rates per capita, and our country ranks the most unequal in the world. Our economy has stagnated, leaving millions destitute. Do these statistics honor the fight for freedom? 31 times we have celebrated Freedom Day, yet 31 times we have failed to acknowledge how much still has to be done. The Democratic Alliance is more determined than ever to build a prosperous South Africa where everyone has a job, where everyone feels safe, and where everyone can enjoy the fruits of democracy. These are not empty promises or lofty ideals, but goals that we can reach in our lifetime. We have achieved success in all areas where we govern. Our ministers in cabinets have rolled up their sleeves and improved their departments. The DA-led Western Cape serves as a testament of what can be achieved through hard work. Municipalities like Cape Town and Midvaal stand as proof that clean governance and real progress is indeed possible. We acknowledge this fight for freedom cannot be fought alone. That is why we entered a government of national unity and why we are committed to continue working with our partners to create a country worthy of celebrating Freedom Day. The DA stands and has always stood for redress, economic growth and job creation, building an open and opportunity society for all, where we can live a life we value. We want to build on the constitutional vision that we all subscribe to, a democratic state founded on the values of human dignity, equality, and freedom for all. We don't need to drape ourselves in red overalls or military fatigue to prove our commitment to justice. We prove it in budgets that actually balance, services that work, and policies that lift people in instead of locking them out. We prove it in billion rands of infrastructure investments to our most vulnerable communities and providing quality basic services that work and actually keep working. Real freedom isn't loud, it's lived. It's running water, working schools, safe streets, honest governments, economic growth, good jobs, and opportunity to live a life you actually value. Honourable House Chairperson, past governments have corrupted our state institutions and looted money destined to assist the poor. A flagrant disrespect for the dream of freedom. Freedom without justice and accountability, with millions trapped in squalor, is but a word. How do we celebrate freedom when so many are still shackled by poverty?
Honorable Klopper, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Manye, why do you want to be recognized?
Can the member take a question about thieves and
Honorable Klopper, no, just hold on, Honorable Manye. Are you prepared to take a question?
No, he had his turn.
Please proceed.
The Democratic Alliance has shown it has the capacity to break these shackles, and we hope that part of the GNU we can continue freeing South Africans. We proved in municipalities such as Cape Town and Midvaal that clean governance and real progress is indeed possible. Fighting for South Africans' freedoms and democracy is not about patting ourselves on the back for work done in the past. Fighting for freedom, giving effect to the rights enshrined in the Constitution and upholding the law. Fighting for freedom is providing all South Africans with access to justice, ensuring our institutions such as the NPA, the judiciary, and the public protector are independent, free from political interference, as well as being adequately resourced. Fighting for freedom means rapidly growing our economy to create decent jobs for millions of South Africans who are desperate for work. Honourable members, those who steal state funds and facilitated state capture are enemies of the ideals we celebrate every year on the 27th of April. The Democratic Alliance is leading a charge towards a better South Africa, and we invite our GNU partners to join us in this endeavour. For too long, South Africans have been given false hope by politicians, and we only have so much patience, resilience, and optimism. The Democratic Alliance does more than merely promise hope. We work with South Africans and our partners to make these dreams a reality. By allowing the private sector to flourish, the DA-led Western Cape has achieved an unemployment rate that is significantly lower than the national average. The Democratic Alliance fights for a country where every South African has an equal opportunity to thrive, regardless of race. A country that has prioritized quality education, jobs, economic growth, and clean governance, and the protection of our constitutional values. This Freedom Day, let us not be chained by past government failures. May we come together in the spirit of all ideals while we celebrate Freedom Day to create a plan driven by a dream of a better tomorrow. The Democratic Alliance extends an invitation to our governing partners to work with us to create jobs and growth and thereby lift millions of people out of poverty. Let us work together to create a safer, more equal society. Let us work to rid our beautiful country of cancer and the corruption and cadre deployment. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is already demonstrating what can be achieved through hard work. Where we govern better. We call on our parties in the GNU to join us in realizing the dream of actual true freedom for all South Africans. Those who do not share in this dream have no place in government, no place in the parliament, and certainly no place in South Africa. May we never stop looking ahead at the work still required of us. Let freedom reign. I thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is the Honourable the Minister of Employment and Labour.
Thank you very much, House Chair, the honourable members, fellow South Africans. Let me begin by saying the African National Congress has characterized the 29th of May 2024 national and provincial elections outcomes as a strategic setback. But let me be abundantly clear. This is not just a setback for the African National Congress. It is a strategic setback for South Africa, because where the ANC falters, the forces of darkness and counter-revolution creep in. They seek cracks in the walls of democracy, and like termites, they gnaw at its foundations. We are witnessing a disruption, an orchestrated effort to erase the gains brought to this country by the glorious movement of the people, the African National Congress, over 6 terms of its governance, but will not retreat, will not surrender, will not betray the martyrs of our struggle. Honourable House Chair, let us not suffer from the selective amnesia that plagues the Democratic Alliance and their fellow travelers. Let us revisit the nightmare from which our people awoke only 31 years ago. Apartheid was not an abstraction. It was a meticulously engineered machine of dehumanization. The Population Registration Act of 1950 reduced human beings to ink on a form: white, colored, Indian, black, bureaucratic racism, institutional cruelty. The Group Areas Act of 1950 turned bulldozers into weapons of war. It waged destruction upon communities. District 6, Sophia Town, Lady Selborne. This act got rid of the black spots, the so-called black spots inside white areas, by moving all black people out of the city. Our families were uprooted, our dignity shredded. We were driven like cattle to the peripheries, to the barren lands they called homelands. Unwanted in the cities we built with our bare hands. We are not allowed to own land in so-called white areas. We rented on stolen land while the thief held the title deed. This caused hardship and resentment. People lost their homes. We were removed from the land they were removed from the land they had owned for many years, and were moved to undeveloped areas far away from their place of work. Honorable House Chair, they call this separate development an euphemism for economic strangulation, for suffering, for theft, but we fought back. Mandela, Sisulu, Tambo, they refused to bow. The 1949 Program of Action lit the match. The Defiance Campaign of 1952 ignited the fire. We broke unjust laws, not for ourselves, but for our children and their children. Even when more than 8,000 of our people were arrested, we stood tall. Apartheid may have shackled our bodies, but never our minds, never our souls. And then from the 25th to the 26th of June 1955 came the Congress of the People, where from the mouths of the oppressed, the Freedom Charter was born. South Africa belongs to all who live in it. The people shall govern. There shall be houses, security, and comfort. There shall be peace and friendship. Today we gather in a democratic parliament because of that charter, not because of the DA, not because of their corporate benefactors, but because of the blood and fire of the liberation struggle led by the African National Congress. Fellow South Africans, let us now speak of the new dawn, the birth of a people from the ashes of colonialism and apartheid. Since 1994, under the ANC, we have delivered over 4.7 million housing opportunities, including fully subsidized houses, service stands, and rental units, restoring shelter and dignity to millions. We have increased university enrollment, long close to Black youth, from just under 500,000 in 1994 to over 1 million today. Our TVET colleges are opening doors for skills and trades, equipping our youth for the future. Social grants now support our 28 million South Africans, prove that we do not leave our most vulnerable to perish in the margins. Water infrastructure now reaches over 90% of households, up from 60% in 1994. But we know infrastructure alone is not enough. We are working tirelessly to ensure consistent and reliable access for all. Electricity reaches over 86% of households, a dramatic shift from the deliberate energy apartheid of the past. We have more Black professionals, Black-owned businesses, and Black graduates than at any time in our nation's history. But let us be honest, too many boardrooms, too many contracts, and too much capital still reflect demographics of exclusion, not transformation. And yet, House Chair, some amongst us, those who benefited from apartheid, have the audacity to take the Department of Employment and Labor to court for daring to implement employment equity, for daring to say, let the workplace reflect the face of our nation. We make no apology for defending transformation, not now, not ever. The Employment Equity Act, the National Minimum Wage Act, the Labor Relations Act, these are the tools of economic justice, and will not surrender them at the altar of the so-called merit that is rooted in a legacy of exclusion. And it does not stop there. They have taken the National Health Insurance to court for daring to promise access to quality health care, regardless of a citizen's bank balance. They've taken the Basic Education Laws Amendment, Bella Bill, to court for daring to affirm that every child, not just the privileged, deserves the same standard of schooling. They have taken Expropriation Act to court for daring to correct the original sin of the land theft. Some in this government of national unity have confused coalition with opposition. They enjoy the trappings of power while launching grenades from within the tent. That cannot stand. There can be no unity with those who seek to unravel the gains of our revolution. We say to them, govern with us or get out. You cannot have it both ways. Even as we build at home, we answer the call beyond our borders. When our brothers and sisters in Mozambique, Lesotho, DRC, Burundi cried for help, we did not turn away. When Palestine bleeds, we raise our voice at the International Court of Justice. Peace and friendship is not just a slogan, it is a duty, because the world stood with us when we were drowning in apartheid's tide. We will not be cowards when others suffer. House Chair, in this 31st year of freedom, we recommit to the vision of the Freedom Charter, to progressive internationalism, to national sovereignty, to building safer communities and fighting GBV with every tool at our disposal. And let me say this, in the spirit of the Congress of the People, this year we'll have the national dialogue, a broad, inclusive, society-wide conversation to renew our social contract. When that process begins, we call on all South Africans, young and old, rural and urban, to participate in their numbers, as they did in 1995 to defend gains of that freedom. But let me end with this. We did not come this far to be led by those who cheered while we bled. We did not survive the gallows and the exiles and the dungeons to be lectured by those who inherited the loot of apartheid. The ANC may stumble, but we do not fall. We recuperate, we rearm, we return. Because, fellow South Africans, our mission is not yet complete. The people shall still govern. There shall still be houses, security and comfort. There shall still be peace and friendship. Let those who wish to reverse our gains know we are not done. We are not tired. We are not afraid. Honorable Madikizela, welcome back. I see you, but I think like other African leaders in the DA, they shall use you as a condom and dump you because of coming here and misrepresenting them as if they are for the land to the landless. Please, my fellow comrades of the MK party, ask Ubaba, why is it that we cry foul of the 9 wasted years under his presidency of corruption and state capture? Ask him why he delayed progress. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Order. The secretary will read the second order.
Debate on Workers' Day, leveraging industrialization, trade to realize decent work and social justice.
I now recognize the Honorable Nontsele to introduce the debate.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members. This is the debate on Workers' Day. As we observe the Workers' Month, we celebrate the victories of the working class and pay tribute to the selfless sacrifices made by generations of workers across the globe. This important day traces its roots back to the historic events of 1886, when a tragic clash in Chicago's Haywood Market Square that resulted on the May Day being declared, that is the 1st of May. In that regard, the incident where workers were shot and killed during a strike also laid the foundation for the slogan that continues to mobilize workers across the globe. The workers that says, workers of the world unite. You've got nothing to lose but change. The protests and activism that emerged there reflected workers' collective desire for dignified treatment, fair wages, and reasonable working conditions, laying groundwork for the broader fight for labor rights that eventually lead to significant social and economic transformation. This period signifies the emerging consciousness among workers of their collective strength and importance of organizing the challenge of exploitation and advocate for their fundamental rights. Guided by the Freedom Charter's theme and freedom that says there shall be work, security, and comfort, we have, through the democratic government, introduced the Labor Relations Act, the Basic Condition of Employment Act, COIDA, and the most important one that DA is attacking, which is the Employment Equity Amendment Act. All these set of legislation intervention are in fact aimed at ensuring that we realize the goal that we have set ourselves to achieve through the freedoms that were articulated through the Freedom Charter. These pieces of legislation facilitate collective bargaining and dispute resolution, strengthening worker participation in decision-making and overall in the overall legislative processes. Workers are the backbone of our economy, driving progress from urban sweatshops to rural farms. Their resilience and collective efforts have been instrumental in shaping South Africa's socio-economic landscape. Historically, workers played a transformative role, especially during the apartheid era, where exploitative practices were widespread and Black workers had no rights. Post-1994, our focus has been on building upon this foundation up through industrialization and pursuing economic growth, social justice, and inclusive development. Trade union federations like COSAT and its forerunner, that is SACTO and ICU, have been at the forefront of this struggle. They have fought tirelessly to ensure fair labor standards, better wages, and social protections. Through solidarity and collective bargaining, they have secured vital gains, holding government and employers accountable. Their role exemplifies the power of unity in advocating for dignified employment conditions, safety at work, and social security. Ensuring May Day is a celebration of international worker solidarity, transcending borders. It is a day to reflect on the selfless sacrifices made by workers who fought for dignity and justice. Workers around the world have demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity, from urban labor struggles to rural resistances. Their collective effort have contributed to social progress and to an end to exploitative practices. We further recognize that at home, that NEDLAC plays a crucial role in advancing progressive labor legislation through tripartite agreements, demonstrating the importance of collaborative dialogue among government, labor, and business stakeholders. Its ability to facilitate consensus has been vital in implementing measures such as the TERS during the COVID period and TERS in the normal environment where workers who have lost their jobs are able to go and earn a living. Providing essential protection and support to workers during the pandemic. And this underscores NEDLAC's invaluable contribution to fostering social dialogue, promoting fair labor practices, and safeguarding workers' rights during challenging times. Honorable Bigram, you've called for the closure of NEDLAC. Recent issues, such as the 800 million bailout of a mining company, underscores the critical importance of ensuring transparent and accountable management of workers' funds. We fully support the steps taken to investigate any wrongdoing, if there is any. That ensures that workers' interests are diligently kept, and then there is accountability as well. That should in fact follow that in the event of wrongdoing. The UIF and Compensation Fund play vital roles in supporting employees beyond their workplace through initiatives such as TERS, which provide essential financial relief during times of distress. Protecting the integrity of these funds is crucial because they are instrumental in offering social and economic security to workers when they most need it, thus reinforcing the need for stringent measures to prevent misappropriation and to ensure effective support for employees. May Day reminds us that workers are the foundation of social and economic progress. Their struggles and sacrifices symbolize resilience and hope for a better future. We owe it to countless contributions that have been made by founders of unionists, such as Comrades Clement Kadali, Comrade J.P. Marx, Comrade Neil Aget, Umamuri Tanzanga, Notata Flores Nzanga, Mtutuzeli Tom, Tozamile Gweta, and Dennis Neer, and many others who lost employment through mass dismissals, accident at the workplace, and many other work-related challenges. Let us honor their legacy by recommitting ourselves to building a society that respects, protects, and empowers workers where labor is not exploited, but appropriately rewarded, as workers are the driving force for social and economic transformation. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Madlala.
Kwaza mkhonto, kwaza.
Thank you, Speaker. We rise today to first congratulate the inauguration and election of the President of Gabon. We also want to say strength to the President of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. As we fight for our own total liberation in South Africa, we seek and we also appreciate the strength of the presidents across the continent who stand to ensure that we are free ultimately from the binds of colonial ties and from our own former oppressors, who stand to ensure that there's liberation in the continent. We also want to ensure that we thank and appreciate the workers of South Africa, given that we're speaking on the issue of the importance on the commemoration of Workers' Day. It is through their effort in rejecting the former liberation movement and giving an MK party the vote that they gave that ensured that we do not have a 2% increase in VAT today, which would have been a unilateral decision by the former liberation movement. We stand to salute them for their resilience and to ensure that they dismantle ties with an organization that has a figment of its own imagination and an applause of its former glory when we are moving forward and chanting a struggle of a revolution and the true liberation of the people of South Africa. We want to say they must not despair. The manipulation of vote will not end. The will of the people will triumph above all in the freedom and the cause of the liberation of this country. And as President, during the times of President Zuma, opposed to the times of President Zuma, we have seen this country plunged into a number of retrenchments. We have seen the workers of this country taken into isolation and left to fight for themselves. As Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, through the Umkhonto Revolutionary Umkhonto Wesizwe Labour Desk, we continue to encourage workers to fight and to unite and to advance a struggle for the liberation of this country. It is the promise of jobs for all, but not just only jobs, but decent jobs that we continue to pursue in the cause of the liberation. As we commemorate Workers' Day, we face a harsh truth that millions have lost jobs and are post the period of the fifth administration. The promise of economic reform turned into a wave of job cuts, leaving families without breadwinners and stripping them of their dignity. We say without land, there cannot be dignity. The history of the workers of this country is a history of land dispossession and is a history of migrant workers. We stand many years after in this platform, still with workers and the people of this country landless. And there is no way that there could be dignity of workers without the land upon which the economy is built. The unfinished struggle of the people's dignity is a very critical aspect of the party as Umkhonto Wesizwe. We believe that the slogans and the chantings will not liberate our people. As one of the former African leaders, Samora Machel, once said, a rich man's dog still gets better of healthcare than the work upon which the wealth is built. This is the situation and the plight of the South African workers today. The slogans and the promise of better healthcare system remains just that. We live in the today. We cannot live in the past. We live today, and we seek to see the implementation of these issues today. Promises will not liberate our people, but decisions are the ones that are going to do. The former liberation movement has borrowed those who have dispossessed us of our land some confidence to stand today in the land of our forebears and tell us that if we want land, we shall see. And then the liberation movement wants to also proclaim itself, or the former liberation movement wants to continue proclaiming itself as a left-wing organization or as a bias to the left-wing organization. And we say to the people that must be dismantled, that must not be supported with whatever attempt that it comes. The struggle today, it will be amiss of the Umkhonto party to speak of the struggle today without the issue of Marikana. What we saw happening in Marikana was an assurance to the capitalist order of their rule over the working class of this country. The blood that was spilled there gave an assurance to say that no one in this country should continue or test the powers against the capitalist class. That has been the order, and to speak today, there are big companies and corporates that have got the audacity to then want to dictate inter-party politics and say, if you remove this one, we're going to pull out, the markets are going to collapse. It is the extent to the growth of the attitude and the arrogance of capital in this class, in this country, further oppressing the marginalized people of South Africa. We stand as Umkhonto Wesizwe with no one, with no God, but the people themselves. We take no mandate from any white settler and white establishment on the issues relating to the struggles of our people and of this country. For as long as they stand on our side, we stand with them, and we've got no ambition or uncontrollable ambition to form part of any government of fake national unity. We are for the people, and the people will liberate themselves. We speak today, the EPWP workers are all over the country, despondent. They've been taken, they've had their rights to freedom of association taken away from them. The poverty and the jobs, or the lack of jobs, has been used as an instrument to further humiliate our people. When you are an EPW worker, you are told that you cannot associate with certain parties because councillors will move you out of their lists. When you are an EPW worker, you are told that for you to continue, you must go and do door-to-doors. There were videos circulating of some councillors of the ANC forcing people to go and do door-to-doors against their will, using their own poverty as an instrument to further humiliate them and compel them. This is a situation that our people find ourselves in under a government that claims to be on their side. We see a violation of human rights everywhere, freedom of association from the side of EPW workers. In the private sector, we have a government that claims to want to play a neutral role, which says that there could be an equal ground between those who have and those who do not have, which claims that those who own the commanding heights of the economy can share an equal fighting capacity with those that do not have bread in their cupboards. That is a situation that is not possible. That's a sellout position. It is time that we support and we call on the people to support an organization that stands for their liberation and fully their liberation. Today, the public servants are sacrificed every day through the Delangokbona's different business forums. They die in the line of duty trying to do what is right, because we have a government that has failed in terms of ensuring that there's security for the employees of this country. We have a government that cares less. There is even part of those business forums that demand water tanks. When our employees try to deliver water to our people, they are faced by a barrel of a gun and the same government. The outsourcing and labor brokers cannot be left aside. This is another instrument within which capitalists are shielded in this country to ensure that they do not carry the burden of sharing the benefits to the employees. We call on the abolishment of all forms of labor brokers as well as the outsourcing. Under the MK party, there shall be no employee working in an outsourced environment, or there shall be no employee working under a labor broker. When we deal with issues of industrialization, as per the theme that was set by this neo-colonial order and establishment of thieves, former thieves and the current thieves, we want to say we support as the MK party the issue of industrialization, but it cannot happen under this government. We have seen many progressive policies that were supposed to liberate our people being used to benefit a minority few. Even in the cause of unemployment and retrenchments, what we have seen is still an escalation in the gap of inequality and the rich getting richer. So if we then industrialize, which we support, as a means to ensure that we purify our own minerals, we process our own goods, we create more employment, and we ensure that the economy grows. But we know that if it happens under this government, which is a right-wing government that takes its mandate from Stellenbosch, we are going to see friends of a few and only the few elite benefiting from that arrangement. So the people, it is in their hands to unite and ensure that they take this government out, because that is the true power of the people. No amount of speeches. Some have been here for 30 years. They sit here and tell us how long they've been here. They've changed nothing. They go out of this room back to their comfort zone and think in their own imagination liberation has arrived, because they no longer see the poverty in our faces, except when they try to go and campaign. Our people have themselves to liberate, and it will not be through these boardrooms. It will be either through the ballots or through the streets or both. In closure, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party wants to call on every worker out there, wants to call on every poor South African out there. There can be no dinner table where the former oppressor and the current so-called liberation movement are sitting, which would be to the benefit of the oppressed. It will never happen. The power struggles do not allow for that to be the case. So those who claim to be representing the poor but share dinner table and follow up with other policy positions that are manufactured to send an image as if there's a revolution going on are actually sellouts of the revolution. We do not need any other person except us as the Progressive Front and the people on the ground to ensure that there's true liberation for the people of this country. To that end, we call on the support of our people on the ground to stand fast and support the Umkhonto Wesizwe as we marshal to true liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Bagrime.
Thank you, Chairman. Workers' Day, May Day, the 1st of May 2025 was a bittersweet occasion. We have much to celebrate in South Africa in that there was an illustrious and effective trade union movement in the 70s and the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, which helped pave the way for workers' rights, which everyone has. South Africa's labour movement once stood for fairness and opportunity for all, yet sadly it is now a shadow of its former self. The present is bleak. As we sit in an unemployment poverty emergency, our economy is stalled for more than a decade before this Parliament. Trade unions have been complicit in the sad reality, choosing political patronage over people and country. From the labour movement, we have a dedicated government department to labour meant to champion the interests of the workers. Past departments have failed as an engine room for economic growth and job creation, but they have degenerated into a site of inefficiency, waste and malpractice. More than 8 million jobless. We have spent billions of rands on labour activation programs, which is an anomaly, which have brought very little value, if at all. Government on its own cannot create jobs. The private sector has to be the vital partner. Yet in previous administrations, this has been shunned. The government of national unity has a vital opportunity to change and turn over a new leaf. And the department must dedicate itself in doing all that is possible for businesses to operate and create jobs. However, we must admit that there's a considerable deep cleansing that must be done first. The Unemployment Insurance Fund, the UIF, is a complete and utter mess. Workers struggle to get their monies. Employers struggle to register their workers. The Auditor General has lamented the failure to achieve a clean audit for over 10 years due to internal theft and wasteful expenditure. The Compensation Fund, shouldn't be called compensation, has likewise failed its audit year after year. Injured workers cry out for help for decades, and employers cannot get reimbursed for the monies they've spent on helping the injured. Further, the Inspectorate of the Department of Labour has tried to ensure businesses are abiding by labour practice, but they're completely underfunded and under-resourced. While there are plans of training a further 10,000 inspectors, once trained, they're probably going to sit without the resources to do their jobs. The one shining jewel of the department, the CCMA, the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, is being undermined annually by having its budget cut. The once world-class institution is now facing enormous backlogs with their dispute resolution processes being marred for months and months. The CCMA was once able to effectively keep labor peace across South Africa and to try and save jobs during our bleakest moments. No longer. Lastly, the department has spearheaded employment equity laws that have not worked to close inequality and have created jobs for the previously disadvantaged demographics. There is absolutely no dispute that we urgently need redress. However, previous efforts to engineer our economy have only benefited the select few. More than focusing on slicing a narrow pie in our small economy, we must rather focus on growing the collective share for everyone. Successful economies throughout the world have shown and proved that small business sector is the engine room for job creation. The more we ease doing business for SMEs, the greater our economic growth, the more jobs we can create. This includes getting the basics right, such as ensuring that businesses have reliable, affordable electricity, have basic services like clean running water, can utilize reliable infrastructure like quality roads, rails, and ports, as well as the premises being safe from crime. If we can get this right, we can build our industrial base and set the foundation for growth and jobs. We can also do more by scrapping non-worthwhile regulations, giving SMEs an equal seat at the table in the national economic decision-making, as well as exempting SMEs from collective bargaining agreements, which tend to be unaffordable and skewed towards bigger business. More than commemoration, this year's Workers' Day must be a call to action, where we set out a national mission to place job creation and economic growth at the forefront. We must not think in terms of ideology or our political camps. Instead, we must have a sole focus on the policies based on evidence that work. Time is of the essence. We can use this parliament to turn the tide and not only have 60% of our young people in our country jobless, not have half of our country going hungry. With wages growing from a thriving economy, it is within reach. If we choose to work together in achieving a more equal and prosperous country, we will have jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Mukwele.
Honorable Chair, Honorable
Mukwele, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Matthias.
Before she takes the podium, we have informed the Deputy Speaker that is Honorable Mukwele's maiden speech. And it seems as if you are sleeping on duty, Honorable Horn.
Thank you,
That's
Honorable
not the
Matthias. I will take responsibility for it, although I don't see a note here. Honorable Mukwele, you are welcome. You are afforded the privileges of a maiden speech.
Thank you, Thank you, Chair. Revolutionary greetings to the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF, Julius Sello Malema, Commissars, Ground Forces, and South Africans. Today's debate is important as it reflects and honors an important day in the history of the world and here in South Africa, Workers' Day. To truly honor Workers' Day and its significance, we must first understand its origin, not as a date on the calendar for resting, but a global cry for dignity, justice, and liberation. Workers' Day is a product of working class struggle born from the fight against brutal exploitation and came in history by blood. One of the key events that led to the establishment of Workers' Day was the Haymarket protest, which occurred in Chicago, United States of America in May 1886. On May 1st, 1886, workers across US went on a strike to demand an 8-hour workday. The protest culminated in a massive rally in Chicago, Haymarket Square on May 4th, where tension escalated and a bomb was thrown, resulting in violence and fatalities. In the aftermath of Haymarket affair, several labor leaders were arrested and convicted, sparking international outrage and solidarity among workers around the world. In 1889, the Second International, a socialist organization, declared May 1st as an International Workers' Day to honor the Haymarketers and promote global solidarity against exploitation. Chair, unfortunately, the struggles, the cry, the exploitation, the ill treatment, overworking and underpaying of workers is still a harsh reality to this day. Our workers, both in the private and public sector, continue to suffer as in the hands of ruthless capitalist system that prioritize profit over our people. Chair, the EFF has established a labor desk that deals with day-to-day struggles of workers, both organized and unorganized, across all sectors. Pay gender disparity on women, especially on the JSE-listed companies, public and private sector, is worrisome. This pay disparity, especially in the JSE listed, where women in leadership only comprises 3%, is a call for a serious concern, and it exposes the ANC-led GNU for failing our people. Chair, 40% of our households in South Africa are led by women with financial responsibilities for their families. And while women take on more responsibilities, including for extended families and relatives, only 14% fall into the category of top earners. To pay women less for doing substantively the same as their male counterparts is an unfair labor practice, and that should be condemned in the strongest possible terms. As the EFF will be targeting, exposing and holding these companies accountable to ensure that women are paid what they worth. We call on the workers, both private and public, to reach out to our labor desk to hold these companies accountable. Chair, today's theme demands more than just the mere rhetoric. It demands truth. And the truth is, South Africa has not industrialized in a way since 1994. What we have witnessed is industrialization, casualization, and outsourcing instead. Our workers continue to work hard whilst remaining poor, and their masters getting richer and richer. South Africa remained trapped in a colonial and apartheid economic architecture. This was further aggravated by the directionless and wasted 30 years under the ANC government. You can only imagine what will happen now under the confused GNU government. To illustrate this point about the confused ANC-led GNU, your partner, the DA, has filed court papers challenging Employment Equity Act designed to redress historic injustices. We have told you several times that they have no interest of our people at heart, but are in the GNU to protect the interest of whites, and now they are for their blue lambs. Chair, we are exporters of raw minerals and importers of finished products. We have mines all over the country, in Rustenburg, Northwest, and Beggarsford, Limpopo. These towns are known as platinum cities, yet there is no local beneficiation and little development to show. We cannot industrialize while our minerals are extracted by multinational corporations and shipped off for processing in Europe and China. We must nationalize our mines and strategic sectors of economy to enable the state to build domestic industries from steel and automotive to pharmaceuticals and agro-processing. We must reject the myth that only the private sector can lead to job creation and development. The state must build factories, own banks, invest in research development, and support Black industrialists who are committed to national development. We cannot realize decent work or social justice without dismantling the system of economic apartheid that ANC failed to dismantle in the past 30 years. We can never fully celebrate Workers' Day if our workers are not shareholders in the wealth of our country. The EFF stands firm with the working class of this country. As the EFF, we demand no retrenchment.
Thank you,
no
Honourable
labor
Member.
brokers, no outsourcing,
Honourable Member,
no protection.
your time has now expired. I've even given you a few extra seconds.
Viva Terza, viva!
The next speaker on the virtual platform is the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson.
The IFP wants to salute the labor force that sustains our economy and reaffirm our commitment to decent work, dignity, and social and economic justice for all South Africans. The fight for decent work and social justice is not just symbolic, it is the backbone of any ethical and sustainable society. South Africa remains marred by structural unemployment, unstable working conditions, and deep economic inequality. The IFP believes that industrialization and trade, when people-centered and inclusive, can be a powerful tool to reverse this injustice. However, this needs to be backed by a capable state, ethical governance, and bold policy implementation. Meaningful industrialization must begin at home. We must prioritize local production, revive manufacturing, and promote South African-made goods in both domestic and international markets. Trade must serve our developmental goals, not deepen inequality. This means aligning trade deals with job creation, local value chains, and ethical labor standards. Decent work requires deliberate and measurable action. That is why the IFP will be reintroducing the private members' bill aimed at enforcing a minimum 80-20 employment target, ensuring that companies employ at least 80% South Africans, especially in entry-level and low-skilled sectors. It is about economic justice for citizens, particularly the youth, who remain locked out of opportunities in their very own country. We must at all material times put South Africa first. The 80-20 target is a bold but necessary step to restore dignity through employment and stimulate local enterprise. It's through such patriotic legislation, coupled with support for small businesses, skills training, and local procurement, that we begin to realize the promise of social and economic justice. House Chairperson, decent work must mean more than just an employment opportunity. It must mean fair wages that reflect the true value of labor and allows workers to live with dignity, free from the shackles of poverty. Safe working conditions must be non-negotiable. No worker should risk their life or health in the cause of earning a living. Furthermore, the right to organize, to join unions, and to collectively bargain must be fearlessly protected and promoted as a cornerstone of democratic participation in the workplace. Workers' rights are human rights. Workers cannot be expected to thrive, let alone contribute to the productive economy in an environment that strips them of their rights, undervalues their efforts, and treats them as expendable. A truly just society is one where dignity and humanity of every worker is upheld and where government institutions act as enablers of empowerment, not as obstacles to worker empowerment. At the heart of the IFP's vision is the African philosophy of Ubuntu. It reminds us that the well-being of each worker is inseparable from the well-being of our nation. The IFP believes that we must strengthen labor inspections, professionalize public service delivery, and root out corruption in bargaining councils and regulatory bodies. The IFP remains steadfast in championing a people-centered economy that is rooted in dignity, fairness, and national interest.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
To leverage industrialization.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please just hold on.
But to build a nation.
Just hold on, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Honorable Speaker, that is the Deputy Minister speaking. Is he speaking as the Deputy Minister or is he speaking on behalf of his party?
No, Honorable Reddy. Obviously, Deputy Ministers are allowed to take part in political debates and the Deputy Minister is doing so. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Part of the empowerment that we need to do as workers in Parliament, as members of Parliament, will obviously be the introduction of Rules 101 so that we can be disabused from the frivolous points of order that we've been subjected to by Honorable Reddy for the past year in this House. It undermines the work that we do because these interruptions are not about work, but about the limelight of the camera. Therefore, Honorable House Chairperson, let us leverage industrialization and trade not only to grow the economy, but to build a nation where no worker is left behind.
Honorable Deputy Minister, just hold on.
Fair chance
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Dignified life.
Please just hold on. Honorable Mani, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising in terms of Rule 85.
Yes.
That the member may not cast aspersions. We cannot have the Deputy Minister casting aspersions on Honorable Reddy and saying all the kinds of things that he has said about him as if he has an improper motive. The rules prohibit that. I need the ruling on that, Chair.
Okay, I will look at the Hansard and then come back. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo, sengiphetha siyafisa ukusho ukuthi ukubaluleka kwamalungelo abasebenzi eNingizimu Afrika kungumgogodla wenqubekela phambili lapho soqinisekisa khona ukuthi indawo abasebenza kuzo zisesimweni esifanele. Kodwa lilonke njengeqembu le-IFP sizimisele ukubuyisa umthetho wesivivinyo kulendlu ukuba kuqashwe abantu baseNingizimu Afrika kuqala la kuvela khona amathuba emisebenzi. Kwingxenye ewu-80 ekhulwini u-80% sithi abantu baseNingizimu Afrika. Sesiphelile isikhathi ukuthi abantu bakithi babekwe emumva la kunamathuba khona lawo mathuba awacoshwe abantu baseNingizimu Afrika. Futhi siyalishaya ikhwelo.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Your time has now expired.
Siqinisekise ukuthi abantu bakithi basebenza ngendlela efanele. Siyathokoza Sihlalo.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Honorable House Chair, greetings to all honorable
Honorable
members.
Daniels, my apologies, just hold on. Members on the virtual platform, please ensure that you are muted. Thank you. Honorable Daniels, my apologies once again.
Apology accepted. Honorable House Chair, members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. I'm here on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to speak on Workers' Day. Nothing stops a bullet like a job. Then we want to talk about colored people being gangsters and this and all that because they're not getting employment. Workers' Day is not celebrated by most South Africans. Despite the promise of a united, non-racial South Africa, our government has failed to recognize white people, Indian people, and colored people as African. This exclusion perpetuates inequality, leaving these communities marginalized in employment, representation, and economic opportunities. I can't understand for the life of me that we refer to certain white people as Afrikaners. Often so. But in my understanding, an Afrikaner is African, if translated into English. Yet you cannot refer to them or regard them as African, but you call them African in your language. That doesn't make sense to me. Our system remains riddled with contradictions. I mean, we talk about—
Order, honorable members. Give Honorable Daniels an opportunity.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable
Certainly,
member,
Chair.
why do you want to be recognized?
Yeah, on two issues, Chair. Firstly, on relevance, the member doesn't seem to be debating the topic at hand. But secondly, it is factually incorrect to say that Afrikaners is a translation of African in English.
Yeah.
It's factually incorrect, like it's lying to South Africans.
Honorable member, on the first point, I think if after having listened to the speeches thus far, very few members have actually focused on leveraging the industrialization and trade to realize decent work. So I'll give him the leeway to continue. And on the second part, of course, he's taking part in a debate. He's giving us his opinion and he's entitled to do so. He has my protection to do so, and I expect of you to also respect his right to participate. Order. Honorable Daniels, please continue.
The issue here, they can say what they like with their military titles and all that. They can't even win a damn fight on PlayStation. Now, fact of the matter is, we talk about—
Honorable Daniels, just take your seat. Honorable
This is abuse. This is abuse.
Where I play PlayStation, you're misleading the House, Chair. He can't refer to us that we are not winning the one PlayStation. He's nowhere when we play those damn stupid toys.
Yeah.
So he must stop misleading the house.
Yeah,
I've
no.
won so many games. If you want us to assist him.
Yeah, thank you, honorable member.
He mustn't come here and mislead
Honorable
us.
member, thank you. Just take your seat. Once again, that was a political
on-
jibe. However, Honorable Daniels, may I request of you to please ensure that you use language that upholds the decorum of the House. I don't think it is a good example to South Africans out there to use the word damn in the House. Please proceed.
My apologies, House Chair. I grew up with that word flying around.
Honorable Daniels, just hold on. Is that a new point of order, Honorable member?
I rise on asking which game is he referring to, FIFA or?
No, Honorable member. Honorable Daniels, continue.
You know, another uncomfortable truth is that we apply for jobs and then there's age restrictions. They say, no, you're too old to apply. But if I look around me, there's people in parliament, even those not here today, who borders on 75 and 80 years of age, but they're not too old for jobs. But when our people apply, then they are not accepted because there's limits on age restrictions. You know, fellow South Africans, we feel your pain. We understand that you are fit and able to do the work while others sleep in parliament because they say you're too old to apply. The biggest problem that we are faced with this of not recognizing everybody as African when jobs are being advertised is that as much as we understand that the imbalances of the past must be redressed, as much as we appreciate that transformation is key. But why is it that our children, my son and your daughter, who's 30 years of age, do not get jobs? But if it is an African son or daughter, they get the job who were never part of the struggle. But our children cannot become beneficiaries of our contribution to the struggle. That is not fair. You know,
Honorable members.
the problem
Honorable
is...
Daniels. Please, honorable members, can we please not drown the speaker? Because we must all hear what the speaker is saying as well. So can we not drown the speaker? It's allowed to talk, but can we not shout, please? Honorable Daniels, take the podium. Honorable Daniels, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Acting House Chair, Deputy House Chair. The member there, I'm referring to Rule 84, unparliamentary or unacceptable languages or gestures. For one, he refers to African. Now, I am an African. I'm born in the continent of Africa. So I don't know exactly who he's talking about. So he's actually insulting me if he's calling me something else. I am an African. Maybe he doesn't know his identity. He needs to be very clear about who he is.
That is a point of debate, Honorable Reddy. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm him that he's an African himself. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, please take the podium.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now I wish that our government official application forms for employment has only one column, which is African, but that particular application form makes reference to African, Black, White, Indian, and other. And it's on the strength of that I'm saying our children don't get jobs. So I want to propose something, a simple reform as job application should only require applicants to be 18 and above with no upper age limit. That competence, not birth dates, determine the employment of our people. I am African and we're fighting this fight. And for no reason do I want you to think, and I don't want the DA to gloat and think that we're fighting equal opportunities and equity.
Honorable
because they're doing
Daniels,
it.
your
We
time
have
has
been fighting
expired.
this since 2016 when we came into
Honorable Daniels,
local
your
government.
time has expired.
Thank you so much.
This is a joke.
Honorable Souls.
No.
Honorable Dinner.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I will leverage the subject. The fourth industrial revolution is upon us. I dare say, from a government perspective, we may have already missed the very fast speed train of industrialization that has passed us by, while the ANC and the Labour Ministry has been taking us back to apartheid-like times where one's skin color dictates one's opportunities. And let me just say this, House Chair, no one argues that some form of redress is needed, but that redress lies in economic growth and prosperity for all, not in a perpetual cycle of discrimination into the oblivion of poverty and joblessness. You can't continue paying lip service to whoever still falls for the rhetoric of equal outcomes over equal opportunities with subjects like leveraging industrialization and trade to realize decent work and justice for all, social justice for all rather. But no one believes that rhetoric anymore anyway. You see, House Chair, it's difficult to believe in outdated ANC policies that find its way into modern day legislation if you don't have food to eat. Or worse, if you can't afford to feed your children, because unemployment has more than doubled since 2008. With legislation like the EEA and other race-based laws over-regulating the labour market to such an extent that the private sector, the largest employment creator in the country, cannot create job opportunities for the poor irrespective of skin colour. Not to mention the investment opportunities that are lost because of it. It's difficult to believe that industrialization can be leveraged to realize decent work when businesses who provided work for thousands in rural areas have had to close their doors and move away from small towns because of poor local government, dilapidated infrastructure, polluted water, and poor municipal and public service shoved down the throats of South African citizens by Minister Meth's party, the ANC. And it's difficult to believe that things have and will indeed change while the poor get poorer and only a small elite group get richer. Waar ons wel industrialisering by uitstek sal sien, huisvoorsitter, is by besighede wat gaan mekaniseer om drakoniese oorregulering deur die regering te vermy, wat tot verdere werkloosheid sal lei. So wees gewaarsku, agbare minister, en is jammer sy is nie meer in die huis nie. Ek hoop sy luister op die platform. Voorsitter, dit is eintlik ironies dat vandag se onderwerp voorts ook fokus op Suid-Afrika se handelsbetrekkinge om werkskepping te bevorder, terwyl die ANC, let wel, nie die RNE regering in hierdie geval nie, se internasionale betrekkinge en beleid soos 'n riller lees. Terwyl Suid-Afrika met die muisonde van die wêreld skaar, sal internasionale handelsbetrekkinge daaronder lê. Sal werkskepping daaronder lê en uiteindelik die wat elke keer die prys vir ondeurdagte optrede en uitsprake moet betaal, die armstes onder ons. Industrialisering en handelsbetrekkinge is een ding, maar as ons nie by die basiese beginsels gaan skaar en daarmee begin nie, soos die van ekonomiese groei, naamlik werkskepping, deur die privaat sektor in staat te stel om dit te doen, om besighede te bou en te groei sonder regeringsinmenging, behoorlike onderrig en opleiding om aanstelbare kandidaate daar te stel en behoorlike dienste en beveiliging, sal ons ook nie suksesvol wees met die eersgenoemde nie. Dan bly dit net lippediens, soos dit tans is. In reaction to my member statement earlier, the Minister of Labour said, and I quote, "We will force transformation down the throats of those who benefited." Now, Honourable Meth, now listen carefully, you can tell her if she's not listening. Honourable Meth, the only thing being forced by the ANC currently is perpetual poverty and despair down the throats of those, the poor, unemployed masses of this country. There is nothing to brag about, I thank you.
Honourable Trolley.
Honourable Chairperson, a true developmental state drives growth and jobs through a coherent industrial policy. In our case, there's no such policy, only lip service and a government without the vision to build an economy that works for its people. Contrast this with the Asian tigers. Taiwan, which we visited recently, adopted an export-led strategy, focused on high-tech industries and became a global leader in semiconductors. Its unemployment rate has dropped to 3.4%, the lowest in 24 years. Singapore, under Lee Kuan Yew, industrialized rapidly by attracting global firms and establishing a strong economic development board, cutting unemployment from 13.5% to 1.7% in less than 30 years. South Africa should be the African lion in economic terms. Yet after decades of ANC failure, our manufacturing sector is in crisis. And unless bold action is taken, a growing list of companies will follow ArcelorMittal into closure, and thousands of more workers will fall into unemployment. The imminent shutdown of ArcelorMittal's long steel operations threatens 3,500 direct jobs and up to 100,000 across the value chain. These are not statistics. They represent families facing hunger, young people losing hope, and communities and towns like Newcastle and Vereeniging facing collapse. A year into the government of national disunity, the economy remains stagnant, with growth below 1%, record unemployment, and collapsing infrastructure. South African workers are beyond gutful of a government more interested in cabinet perks and in delivering the real reforms needed to unlock the 3 to 4% economic growth potential rate already being achieved by emerging market peers and countries elsewhere on the African continent. In a middle-income country like South Africa, industrial production should be a key driver for growth and employment. Instead, manufacturers are battling prolonged anemic economic conditions, logistics and energy challenges, unsustainable competition from low-cost imports and illicit trade in counterfeit goods. Action SA proposes a bold industrial policy reset, where we prioritize labor-intensive strategic sectors like agriculture, steel and construction, fix freight rail, road and energy infrastructure, slash red tape to create business-friendly environment, and establish a high-profile, high-level, credible public-private industrial council to revive local manufacturing and reduce our dependence on import. We also call for more investment in the township economy, the seedbed of economic growth. That means financing local entrepreneurs, building industrial infrastructure in informal settlements, and cracking down on illicit economy. That's why we run campaigns like #Spaza for Locals, #Spaza for Growth. Illegal immigrants trading outside of the formal revenue framework cause a harmful hiatus in our economy, where cash is extracted and sent to their countries of origin. Now, May Day, Labor Day, and Workers' Day is celebrated internationally annually. It's supposed to recognize the labor movement and its achievements. With an expanded unemployment rate of 42% and youth unemployment at 60%, Workers' Day has become a cruel misnomer in South Africa. Jobs creation for South Africa should be the government's main priority. Those who masquerade as champions of the poor, both in government and in opposition now, but formerly in government, the ANC and the MKP, and in particular pseudo-communist party, should hang their heads in shame. South Africa needs a government. Oh, hang on. If you can dish it out, you must take it. South Africa needs a government that will bring meaning to celebration of Workers' Day. We should all be ashamed that there are so many unemployed South Africans on Workers' Day.
Honorable Thing on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP celebrates all workers who have given their blood, sweat, and tears in the building of our country. South Africa, over the last 2 to 3 decades, has experienced a significant decline in industrialization. Manufacturing's contribution.
Honorable Thing, there's a hand. Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, I rise on Rule 64G just to actually check that the Honorable Mani is drinking coffee or tea in the House, and that is not what is allowed to. And there are other members. We only allow water in this House. If the rules have changed, please, can you advise us, please?
The rules have not changed, Honorable Member.
Chair, I rise on a point of Ukhala.
No, honorable member, the rules have not changed. I think we all know that you are not allowed to drink or eat anything else other than water that is provided by Parliament. Honorable Mani, I think all honorable members here, if they come maybe with food or what, it's either maybe they will put it maybe under the tables or something, and we see it all the time, it happens. But for you to continue drinking while that issue is raised, and I know that you also sit on the rules committee, so you know the rules of the House and of the chamber. So the only thing that is allowed to be on the table, it's a bottle of water that is provided by Parliament. I will then request you that please, can you stop drinking tea or coffee while we're in session? And I'm not going to open it up for any further discussion. Honorable Thring, please continue.
Honorable House Chair, I'm not sure where you actually interrupted me right at the beginning. Could I start from the beginning, please?
Start afresh.
I stopped your time, Honorable Thring. You can continue where you left off.
Honorable House
Hold,
Chair, the
Honorable
LCDP...
Thring, please hold again. Honorable Member.
With respect, Chair, Rule 64G does not refer to drinking. It does not make drinking anything unlawful in this House. It does not refer to drinking at all. I've got it here, Chair.
Honorable Member, we are not going to get into that discussion. I have made my ruling, and I think Honorable Mani, as an honorable member of this House, will stop drinking the coffee and continue drinking the bottled water that we are provided by Parliament.
Your ruling is not based on...
No, honorable members, if we are going to allow that everyone here will come bearing, whether it's a cup of coffee or a bottle of Red Bull or a Coca-Cola, then we are going to be disorderly. So we cannot allow that to happen. It's in the rules. It is in the rules.
Not there, Chair.
Order, Chair.
Honorable
64, can I read it for you, Chair? It's not in the...
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it has now moved beyond the issue of coffee. And I refer to Rule 69C, where it says that if a member repeatedly undermines the authority of a presiding officer or repeatedly refuses to obey the rulings, that they are guilty of grossly disorderly conduct. It's moved beyond the point of just a coffee. It's now moved to a point where after you made a ruling, the chief whip of the opposition of all people carries on to defy your ruling, drinks the coffee as if you didn't make a ruling, and just simply is guilty of grossly disorderly conduct. If that is the case, and if you allow it respectfully, House Chairperson, then we are going to go down a path where your rulings are going to be undermined and ignored on every single instance. And I would like to ask you to please on whether the chief whip of opposition is actually guilty of gross disorderly conduct, and then to ask him to remove himself from the House. Thank you.
Honorable members. No, honorable members. Eat doesn't only refer to food. It's something that you consume with your mouth. So I'm not sure if maybe I should broadly explain that. And I've severally asked Honorable Mani to stop drinking the coffee that you are drinking and only stick to the drinking beverage that we are provided by Parliament, which is water. All honorable members here are allowed. Outside, there's a kitchen that is opened. You can go there, drink water, drink coffee, have anything that you would want, and come back and respect the decorum of the House. So I humbly ask all members who are currently drinking anything other than water that is provided by Parliament to please stop doing that. And if you want to do so, you can go outside. There are couches outside, you can do that. Eat means anything that you put in your mouth. So it doesn't have to refer to drinking and everything else. Honorable Reddy?
Okay, I think the first thing is we don't trust the water from Parliament. There's water in that cup.
Honorable
There's
Reddy.
water in the cup. And secondly, Chair,
Honorable
with
Reddy.
respect,
Honorable Reddy.
the relevant
Honorable Reddy, I want to stop you right there.
the section was the
I want to
incorrect
stop
section.
you right there. You can't say you don't trust water that is provided by Parliament, as if anyone here had died because of drinking water that is provided by Parliament. No, that is wrong. Can you withdraw that? Honorable Reddy, withdraw that.
We don't trust GNU, but
No,
withdraw
Reddy.
that. Yeah.
Reddy, Honorable Reddy, can you please withdraw that?
I withdraw that, Chair, but we don't trust GNU.
No,
Anything can be
no,
possible.
don't do that.
I withdraw. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, I raise on 2 points of order. Firstly, the ACDP Speaker, Honourable Thring, has been continually interrupted. He indicated he's on the virtual platform. He's not sure where he should start, and I would suggest he starts again. My second point of order is on 9211, that you, as the presiding officer, your ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. So I'd ask you now that we can continue and allow Honourable Thring to continue in participating in this debate. I thank you.
I intend to do so. That is why I was addressing everyone in the House, that we are all adults here. Can we please then adhere to the rules? Please. I humbly ask every honorable member in the House to please adhere to the House. Honorable Mulif.
With respect, Chair, eat and drink are two separate activities.
Honorable member, I told you we are not going to get into
The
that
rules
discussion.
wanted to say you shall not drink. They would have said so. You cannot eat alcohol, for example.
Honorable Mulifi, Honorable Mulifi, Honorable Mulifi, maybe your disadvantage is that maybe you came after when the rules have already been set. But here in this House, it means drinking and eating. So we are not going to open it up for discussion. And it ends there. I've made a ruling. And if anyone else does that again, then I will definitely make another ruling on that. Honorable Thring, our apologies for disturbing you. I will request that you start from the beginning and we then all listen. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, for your indulgence. The ACDP celebrates all workers who have given their blood, sweat, and tears in the building of our country. South Africa, over the last 2 to 3 decades, has experienced a significant decline in industrialization. Manufacturing's contribution to GDP shrank from around 22% in the late 1980s to roughly 12% today. This decline is accompanied by a weakened industrial base, a reduction in manufacturing jobs and capital, resulting in less jobs for our millions of unemployed workers. The ANC's policy shift from import substitution industrialization during apartheid to GEAR, which is the Growth, Employment and Redistribution Framework, which focused on export-led growth and trade liberalization, and a failure to implement the requisite structural economic changes has led to a deindustrialization, with the manufacturing sector's share of GDP declining. South Africa's reneging on its non-aligned foreign policy stance between Israel and Hamas has placed us under international scrutiny, causing the possible loss of the AGOA trade deal, thus further reducing our ability to leverage our industrialization and trade to achieve decent work and social justice. We have failed to take advantage of our natural assets, remaining ensnared by a colonial mindset of exporters of raw materials and consumers of imported finished products. As solution providers, the ACDP posits that in order to grow our industrial base and trade routes, we need to tackle structural constraints to productivity growth, reduce institutional vulnerabilities, and target the root causes of low productivity. This requires strong policies to cut red tape, improve productivity, and enhance our international competitiveness. Finally, but not exhaustively, by expanding beneficiation across multiple sectors, which the ACDP has said numerous times, we could drive economic growth and employment, expand our industrial base and trade deals, while leveraging our natural resources and also the promising AFCFTA. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nkwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair. As we commemorate Workers' Day, the United Democratic Movement pays tribute to all South Africans whose labor builds and sustains our country, from farm workers and factory hands to nurses, teachers, cleaners, drivers, and every hand that turns the wheels of the South African economy. While this day is traditionally associated with fair wages and workers' rights, we should also emphasize the betrayal of the working class, of the youth, and of the Constitution's promise of dignity. Working people pay taxes, but see little benefit, especially in essential services. They make financial sacrifices, that yet they're subjected to overcrowded and under-equipped public hospitals, forcing them to seek costly private medical health care. They are forced to drink unsafe water and send their children to overcrowded schools with poor infrastructure, not to mention the unreliable public transport which adds to their daily struggles. Our manufacturing sector, coming back to one of the themes of today's debate, our manufacturing sector is in decline. The April 2025 ABSA Purchasing Managers Index, PMI, fell to 44.7, signaling a sharp drop in new orders and business confidence. Still, giants like ArcelorMittal threaten to close plants in South Africa, risking thousands of jobs. To curb these challenges, government must instill disciplinary measures towards the mismanagement of the public funds or corruption and enforce advanced oversight on municipalities to ensure that at local government level, government is run properly to facilitate trade. Government should also invest more on industrialization, as it is crucial for rapid, sustained, and sustainable economic development. As industrialization will, without a doubt, create a room for creation of decent jobs and ensure economic growth, and in that way we can expand the workforce and ensure that there's prosperity for all. We also cannot ignore the continental picture. Africa stands at a crossroads, rich in natural and human resources, yet burdened by inequality, informal labor, and violent conflicts. Industrialization can be our engine of growth, creation, especially on the continent, but only if it is inclusive, green, and grounded in workers' rights. We must expand the meaning of workers' rights to include the right to functioning public services, because decent work does not end at the payslip. It continues into a life lived with dignity, health, safety, and opportunity. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana.
Nakenza Mthomashtoni, Africa Dzonga and Kweru. Today I rise for the workers of South Africa. I rise for the farm worker, the domestic worker, the cleaner, the security guard, the shop assistant, and all the workers of our country. I am a product of the working class, having been raised by a single mother who was a cleaner. Workers' Day is not just a public holiday, but a symbol of the hard-fought struggles, the sacrifices, and the triumphs of the working class. Since the dawn of our democracy, we have, as a country, made significant strides in advancing the rights and dignity of all workers through the introduction of the National Minimum Wage and legislation such as the Labor Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. These have laid the foundation for fairness, safety, and decent pay in the workplace. But our work is far from done. Numerous employers are still circumventing our labor laws and exploiting vulnerable workers, particularly those that are undocumented foreign nationals, paying them below the minimum wage and subjecting them to dangerous conditions. And this is unacceptable. The Employment Equity Act, a cornerstone of our efforts to redress the injustices of our past, is also under threat. I know there are some amongst us who continue to oppose employment equity and affirmative action policies. The mischaracterization of employment equity legislation must never go unchallenged. It is nonsensical to say that employment equity kills jobs. As Rise Mzansi, We unequivocally support employment equity and affirmative action policies as part of the process of eliminating the imbalances and discrimination of our not so distant past. As we move forward, we must strengthen enforcement, demand accountability, and build unity amongst all workers. Our laws must not only exist on paper, but in practice, in farms, in our homes, in factories, and also everywhere where workers are. As we celebrate Workers' Day, we must remember the past, celebrate the progress that has been made, and commit to a future where every worker is respected, protected, and empowered.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Webster.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On days like this, we remember, and sometimes it's a temptation to only remember, but we must do more than that. We must reckon with the reality that we face in this country. This country was built on the back of workers. The mines that we have in this country, the industries, the cities, the roads, everything that we have was built on the back of workers in this country. And furthermore, workers in this country, they not only gave their labor, their sweat, and their defiance, they also fought with courage against apartheid, and they laid the foundation of our democracy. So we owe those people, as we remember, more than just gratitude. We owe them to build a South Africa in which people of South Africa can thrive, in which people of South Africa can have the dignity of work. Yet what we see in our country today, we see a generation of young South Africans that are locked out of the dignity of work. In South Africa, we have more young people who are unemployed than young people who are employed. We have more young people who are underemployed, who are hustling for survival, than those who are working. And so the dignity of work, the right to build a life, has been stolen from too many South Africans, and that is what we must reckon with. Work is not a luxury. Work is justice. Economic justice when families can provide. It is social justice when opportunity reaches every single home, not just a few towns and not just a few suburbs. It's spatial justice when jobs exist where people work and not 2 hours or 3 hours away from home. It's ownership justice when workers are empowered to actually start businesses and create wealth themselves. And it's educational justice when a salary can actually sustain and be invested in a dream. So this Workers' Day, what we've got to do is move from nostalgia to deal with the necessities of this country. And as Build One South Africa, we have launched a growth charter which speaks to igniting 5% annual growth in our country so that we make work possible for millions more in our country. We need to fix the ease of doing business for entrepreneurs and SMMEs. We need to invest in township and rural economies and make them hubs of production and innovation. We need to overhaul infrastructure so that goods, services, and people can move freely and affordably. We have to unlock skills, financing, and new markets so that South Africans can work and they can trade and they can thrive. We need to get to a point where growth is not just a number, but it's about workers finding dignity, where growth is justice and it needs to come alive in our country. We're not going to achieve justice with just slogans. We will achieve justice actually with work in our country and with ownership. The workers of yesterday marched for freedom. The workers of today march for a future, for dignity. And it's time for us, those of us who are in this house, to make sure that we fight and we work towards making sure that in this country, we build that, and that we have more than work, that we have ownership, that we have prosperity, and we indeed are standing on those shoulders of those who fought for the dignity that we give the rest of the country today. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Zungula. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Social Development. Honorable Musikati.
Thank you,
House Chair, let me take this opportunity to first correct my surname. It's not Musikati, it's Musikati, S-I-T. My debate will be based on leveraging industrialization efforts to support full employment and the need for South African workers. Chairperson, there is a widely held belief that new liberal economics have permitted all areas of the ANC-led government economics thinking, resulting in economics policies that favor big business and foreign capital to the detriment of organized labor and workers' interests. In short, this belief implies that the ANC-led government's neoliberal stance fails to support worker struggles and thus weaken the power of organized labor, reflected in the systematic exclusion of organized labor from policymaking. I will be arguing in this debate that this commonly held belief reflects a particularly naive version of the avoid of the ANC-led government extremely influential role in informing design of a progressive labor market and legislation that benefits organized labor. For instance, the government commitment to articulate the interests of organized labor manifested through the adoption of a progressive legislation that challenged apartheid workplace forms of control and discipline such as the National Economic Development and Labor Council Act of 1994, the Labor Relations Act of 1995, the Basic Condition Employment Act of 1997, the Skills Development Act of 1998, the Social Plan Act of 1998, and the Employment Equity Act of 1998 are things that the ANC can justifiably claim credit for. Apart from this progressive legislation signifying victories for organized labor, the ANC-led government has been in pursuit of an industrialization in a manner concrete to the needs of the organized labor. In particular, organized labor and workers' interests are central to the program and incentive schemes undertaken by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, which is the pilot Department of Industrialization and Developmental State in South Africa. The Black Industrial Scheme, for example, offers an insight on how organized labor and workers' interests remain high on the agenda of the DTIC. Overall, a total of 161,300 skilled and low-skilled workers have been employed over 135 enterprises owned by Black industrialists. Since the announcement of the Black Industrialist Scheme in 2016, thus indicating that the ANC-led government's commitment representing organized labor and workers' interests is not a radical exercise. In addition to this, over 551,000 workers are now covered by the IDTC Workers' Share Ownership Program, intended to enable workers to be owners of the companies they work for. It is important to note that Workers' Share Ownership Programs are not designed to incorporate workers who are predominantly Black into an incumbent firm, or nameplates to win state contracts, hereby creating a false perception of compliance that undermines the spirit of structural transformation and inclusive development. Rather, worker share ownership programs expose workers to key operational aspects, incumbent firms in which they become shareholders so that they could gain skills and experience necessary for building new enterprises in their medium to long run. Interestingly, through this exposure, workers can counter the common practice of downsizing the labor force by incumbent firms to increase profit for shareholders. Moreover, worker share ownership program also reverse the negative consequence of financialization for the South African organized labor in terms of the distribution of profit gains due to productivity output and income by enabling workers to share high rates of corporate profits which others shareholders. As South Africa grapples with the rising levels of unemployment, the achievement of full employment is principal. Accordingly, the DTI programs and incentive schemes have proved to realize the ANC-led government's priority of reducing unemployment. By December 2024, for example, 140,000 job opportunities across 6,000 sites nationwide were created through the Social Employment Fund, which formed part of the Presidential Employment Stimulus administered by the DTIC via the Public Development Finance Institution, namely the Industrial Development Bank. Worth mentioning it is that the Social Employment Fund has won the Prosperity Catalyst Award at the 2024 Bay Awards in Bilbao in Spain for its significant impact in South Africa, especially regarding its impact in addressing long-term unemployment, which contributes to skill erosion and reduces the probability of being hired in the future. Other DTIC programs and incentive schemes guided by the humanitarian concerns, particularly workers' interests and the right to decent work, include 7 master plans, which cover 743,000 workers across various sectors of the economy, comprising but certainly not limited to the automotive industry, food and beverages industry, chemicals and steel industry, and film industry. The retail, clothing, textile, footwear, leather master plan, which has created over 20,000 jobs following its rollout, is an example that demonstrating how the master plan administered by the DTIC guide the ANC-led government priority of reducing unemployment in the country. Chairperson, the ANC-led government is not misplaced with respect to the support for organized labor and workers' interests. The
Honorable
ANC-led
Musikati,
government.
please take your seat, ma'am. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, House Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 64G, where it says nowhere about drinking, but the member Beasley is drinking this water. I'd like to know if this is Parliament water, because it says Aqua Bella. There's no, please. The members must please be disciplined. Keep the quorum of the
Honorable
House.
members,
This
honorable
water
members,
says,
no.
no, this is.
Honorable members, honorable members,
Order.
honorable members from the right-hand side.
Protect me, please.
Honorable
protect
members, honorable members, honorable members, I provided Honorable Reddy an opportunity to speak. Can we please allow him to speak? I will then make a ruling after that.
Thank
There is absolutely nothing wrong with doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy.
Chair, you ruled that this must be parliamentary water. Now this says Aqua Bella. Who is Aqua Bella? And is this parliamentary water? If you can confirm that, because the rule doesn't say anything about drinking. Tomorrow I'll come with a bottle of Jameson and drink alcohol here, because the rule does not speak anything, Chairperson, about drinking. Please read the rule. I'd like to get an opinion from our judges in the front here. Who is the
Honorable Reddy, okay,
water?
we've heard your point.
Aqua Bella, thank you.
Which is my point.
Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable Reddy, I said water that is provided by Parliament. I didn't say water that is written Parliament. So water that is provided here by Parliament is water that we are going to drink. Whether it's aqua water or aquel water or Valpre water, it doesn't matter. That is what we are going to drink. And sorry for disturbance. Please continue, Honorable Musikati.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member. Honorable Musikati, please take your seat again.
Yeah, Chair, I'm rising on a point of order. Yeah, the matter
Honorable members from the left-hand side
On a point of
now.
order.
I know, honorable members, honorable member with the green beret. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Chair.
I did the same. So can we please allow a member that is provided an opportunity to say what they want to say and then we proceed?
Yeah, Chair, the matter that Honorable Reddy is raising has nothing to do with the member who's on the podium. So why couldn't Honorable Reddy wait for the member to finish her speech before raising that particular matter? Because it has nothing to do with the member who's on the podium, Chairperson.
Honorable member, you are also disturbing the member on the podium because I had already given her an opportunity to finish the speech and then we continue. Honorable Musikati, please take the podium, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC-led government considerations of organized labor and workers' interests in policymaking are well illustrated in the DTIC program and incentive schemes that attempts to address the shortage of skills, workers, as well as severe hindrance of South Africa's ability to meet its developmental goals. Manufacturing support program and the technology and human resource for industry program, for example, transfer available skills to workers, especially those affected by the unequal distribution of education opportunities, and therefore are critically important for a long-run improvement of a position of vulnerable and unskilled workers. Furthermore, lending mechanisms of the public DFIs under the tutelage of the DTI tend to bias in favor of labor-intensive sectors of the economy, such as the mining and the agriculture industry. Such lending mechanisms benefit workers in some important aspects, since they enable firms in the mining and the agriculture industries to sustain decent wages, and in some cases increase wages by the modest amount of inflation, which in return not only minimize unemployment, but
Honorable
also keep
Musikati,
poverty
your time has
inequality
expired,
in
ma'am.
check. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Adams. Honorable Manyu.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted for us as MK Party to rise and advise Parliament that service providers must not benefit from the free marketing of Parliament. Bottles like these should be stripped of the label because otherwise, unless it's part of the tender, in fact, see the fact that the thieves on this side are already—
Honorable Manyu.
Would like to
Honorable
know-
Manyu.
Chair, I'm still on the floor. When the
Honorable
thieves are
members,
complaining
no.
like this, then you must know. Then
Honorable members.
Now I want to know, in addition.
Honorable
in
members.
addition, I want to know whose tender is this?
Honorable members from the
Whose
right-hand
tender
side.
is this? I want to know, Chair. Who has this tender? Now that the thieves are grumbling, whose tender is this, Chair? Who has this tender?
Honorable Manyu.
There must be a kickback to the thieves. Whose tender is this?
You are doing free market with the Guptas.
Honorable Manyu, currently we're on a debate for Workers' Day. So I'm sure whatever concerns or any other discussions you'd want to take, you know other platforms that you can take them to. But for now, can we focus on the debate on Workers' Day? Honorable Adams, please take the podium.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I'm surprised that the EFF has not yet brought a motion to this House to have Workers' Day called Marikana Day. Because it was on that day that we discovered what the owners think of the workers. It was on that day that we realized that we are expendable as workers. But speaking as a colored man, so few of us work, we really don't see the benefit of Workers' Day. When you walk into Parliament, show me, where's the employment equity? We are in Cape Town after all. Speak to me about the Department of Labor. that in 2019 appointed 48 client service providers at the Department of Labor, and not a single colored was there. I kicked open those doors. We discovered, with the help of the Human Rights Commission, that 1,500 colored children had their CVs thrown in a bin. There were no repercussions. Speak to us, the Aboriginals, the subsistence fishermen, the fishermen from Simonstown to Port Nolloth, who you turned into poachers by giving out permits to people who live where there's no seawater. Speak to us and understand that on the Cape Flats, boredom literally kills. Gang violence, drug addiction, it's linked to unemployment. But does this house care? It's only a colored life after all. Our children stand at the back of every queue. Whether it's work, whether it's study, whether it's bursary, the colored child always finishes a distant third. I don't want to talk about the DA because there's nothing to talk about. Their idea of employment equity is 50% managed by whites, most of them with matric certificates. And their leader has the temerity to question our management skills. They're about to bring Marius Koen back into Saldanha Bay. He said coloreds aren't fit for management positions. They didn't say a thing about it. It's the unofficial party stance. Those people don't care. I believe the short whip has a point of order. Yeah. I mean, sorry, Chief Whip, sorry.
Honorable Adams, Honorable Adams, Honorable Adams.
I did apologize, Chairperson.
I'm the chairperson. I can see the hands, so I will point at a hand. You must continue now.
Chairperson, there was no disrespect. He was getting agitated because I was pointing out.
No, continue with your speech. And yes.
Are you going to?
Oh, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, first I would like to ask that you go back to the Hansard and rule on the way in which the member referred to myself. It is simply the parliamentary principle, not I don't care what he calls me, I'll take it from who it comes. But I also would like you to please go back to the Hansard and rule on the fact that the honourable member misleads the House by indicating that the Minister of Agriculture actually referred in a specific way to a specific grouping. And
Marius Koen is not the Minister, sir.
Honorable Adams.
Untrue.
Honorable Adams.
I'd like your ruling on that.
Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams, I had not provided you an opportunity to speak. Please, no. I was still listening to Honorable Mikalakis because he had raised a hand. So can we please respect each other in that manner? Are you done on?
No, House Chairperson, I would like the member to please withdraw his false statement. Thank you.
Okay, we will go back to Hansard, listen to that, and then come back with the ruling. Continue for now, Honorable Adams.
Chairperson, just before I continue, I know Alan Zille is their God, but she's not the Minister of Agriculture. That is actually Past John.
Honorable Adams, there's another hand. Can you please take your seat? Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think it is important.
Honorable members, I can't hear a thing if I have provided another member to speak and we are all speaking.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It is important that I have to raise this point because I do not think that the Honorable Adams was misleading. Even their leader, Helen Zille, referred to colored people not being fit for their job.
Honorable Daniels, that is not a point of order. That is not, no, that is not a point of order.
Chair, but it's still a fact.
Honorable Adams, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, all we as colored people want is the same opportunities everyone else does. That's all we want. We want to work, we want to learn, we want to contribute. We want to celebrate Workers' Day along with everyone else. Colored men don't work. Their wives work, their mothers work. They are not real men anymore. And the sad thing is it was systemic. We want to contribute, we want to be a part. Allow us to be a part. Don't be like them. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development on the virtual platform. Honorable
Thank
Mahlatsi.
you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, House Chair. My apologies for my network that suddenly disappeared, but it's back now.
Deputy Minister.
Honorable
Deputy
House Chair.
Minister.
uh,
Deputy Minister.
yes,
I called you
Yes.
a long time ago and you did not respond. I think now we've passed 3 speakers after you and you did not respond. I'll provide you with your 3 minutes and then it will be Honorable Mahlatsi after that. Continue, Deputy Minister. No, the table had indicated that he is on the platform, but maybe he had a trouble of unmuting or what. So, Honorable Trolip.
Honorable House Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes.
In this House, when a member is called to speak and they miss their speaking turn, they miss their speaking turn. And you called the Honorable Deputy Minister and he didn't respond, therefore he's missed his speaking turn. If you change the rules midstream, you're going to regret it because a member will arrive here after having tea outside and said, sorry, you know, I missed my turn. That is the convention and we expect you to stick to it.
That is not the convention, by the way. We can allow members to speak only if the second last speaker is not the one that is speaking. So I've not called on the TA, I've not called on the ANC, I was still on the smaller parties. And this is not the first time actually this happens. I have given an opportunity to any other member who had missed it because of they were on the virtual platform or something. So it is not the first time this happens. And we are still on the speakers list. So there's no time that we have exceeded or anything. So we are still on the smaller parties. That is why I'm then providing him an opportunity. But if it was an opportunity for me to call on the DA, then he would have missed that opportunity to speak, but not now. So it's not a convention, as you say, Honorable Trolip. Honorable Nyammanyi?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have just been reminded that when the chair has made a ruling, this is not the place to challenge the ruling. The chair has made the ruling. We do want to hear Honorable Ray Charles. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your indulgence, House Chair, and my sincere apologies. The debate on this International Workers' Day is about decent work. It was President Mandela who threw his weight behind the International Labour Organization and gave support for the Convention on Decent Work. South Africa signed this convention and it is part of this Parliament's mandate. So let me congratulate the Speaker for framing the topic of this debate. President Mandela was the first recipient of the annual award, and in the second year of the convention, Comrade Winnie Mandela got the award. So 2 of our national heroes, icons, promoted decent work. Decent work means to support the NHI, which was passed by this Parliament. Honourable members of this House pay lip service to respect their Parliament and are going to great lengths to undermine their own Parliament. They are even writing to Donald Trump or get some billionaire to write to him to overturn an act of Parliament, and which is a disguise for regime change. The same for the Bella Act, the Land Expropriation Act, and now the Employment Act. We have, with respect, Honourable House Chair, political parties in our Parliament who are fifth columns. How can you undermine your own Parliament and your own constitution. Workers who took their turn in the trenches to bring down apartheid belonged to different liberation movements, and they knew only one day, when we have our freedom, one party will govern, but hoped for a government of national unity. Political parties who identify with this aspiration has unfortunately chosen to let the DA, with roots in apartheid, to stand in their place. The DA is in the GNU because of those parties who has gone against the aspirations of workers. A government of national unity brings stability, and we need stability to improve our GDP and reach 10% growth. So those parties who should be in the GNU in place of the DA must show that they want to bring about stability and not use their numbers to bring down the political party that has the most support of the people of South Africa. The question on Workers' Day is whether the EFF and the MK parties prepare to do so and take up their historical space in the GNU. Weakening the ANC and giving the DA space is anti-revolutionary. Even President Zuma will agree with me. Even Commander-in-Chief Julius Malema will agree with me. So let me congratulate workers on International Workers' Day and let us respect their aspirations. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso, Africa. Honorable members, it is not a secret, and let us not pretend otherwise, that consciousness has escaped the former liberation movement. The moral and ideological compass that once guided them has been traded for boardroom deals and the cold calculus of neoliberal economics. Today they march to the rhythm of capital, not to the drumbeat of our people. We all heard the Minister of Finance standing tall, almost boastful, declaring that VAT will increase on the 1st of May. Let us pause here. That is May Day, the Workers' Day. The day we honor blood, sweat, sacrifice of working class. A day rooted in resistance, struggle, in the memory of miners, domestic workers, factory laborers, township mothers who carried the revolution on their back. To announce a VAT increase, a regressive tax that punished the poor and the working class on May Day is not just a tone deaf. It is a slap on the face of the very people who lifted African National Congress on their shoulders and placed them on the Union building. Or have they forgotten? Maybe. It was not capital that freed this nation. It was the mass action of the exploited. It was the collective strength of the workers, and yet today they are punished, not praised. The ANC, once a symbol of resistance, is now proudly implementing the orders of neoliberal machine. They speak fiscal responsibility, not social justice. They quote balance sheets, but ignore empty stomachs. Let me be clear. The United African Transformation reject the betrayal of the working class. We reject policies that deepen inequalities and serve foreign interests over African dignity. Our movement is rooted in Pan-African consciousness. We remember, we honor, we build. Our call is simple. Let Africa rise in unity and in principle. Let us reclaim the revolutionary ethics that has been lost to the corridors of comfort. Let us build the economy for our people, not for the markets. Let us honor May Day, not with taxes, but with justice. The UAT will not rest until African child walks with dignity, eat with fulfillment, and govern with consciousness. Aluta continua, kanimambo.
Honorable Mdluli.
House Chair, members of the House, and fellow South Africans. Today, as we commemorate Workers' Day, we must ask, what kind of an economy are we building for the workers of today and for tomorrow? This is not a rhetorical question. It is a challenge to all of us in this House. We must be united by a commitment to constitutionalism, accountability.
Honorable Mdluli, can you please pause? Honorable members, there by the corner, you are honestly drowning the speaker. We can't hear anything. Continue, Honorable Mdluli.
We must be united by a commitment to constitutionalism, accountability, and inclusive development. These are not abstract ideals. They must translate into policy outcomes that deliver
Honorable Mdluli, please take your seat.
Sorry,
What
Chair-
is the point of order,
Chairperson,
Honorable
what
Reddy?
is I need translation services. I'm not sure what language is being spoken there. Can you please get us translation?
You are out of order, Honorable Reddy.
Thank you.
Honorable Mdluli, please continue.
They must translate into policy outcomes that deliver economic growth, decent jobs, and rising living standards. The Democratic Alliance's core contribution to this effort lies in reshaping our industrialization and trade policies to support a growing, competitive, and job-creating economy. We must be honest, South Africa's industrial policy and trade regime have failed to deliver the levels of job creation and investment we need. This is not because of a lack of good intentions, but because the architecture of these policies has prioritized control over competitiveness, protection over innovation, and consolidation over expansion. Honorable members, South Africa is facing a long-term crisis of deindustrialization. Since 2006, our manufacturing sector has steadily declined as a share of GDP, shedding more than 300,000 jobs. At a time when countries across the global south are industrializing rapidly, we have fallen behind. This crisis has consequences. Fewer factories means fewer jobs. Less manufacturing means fewer entrepreneurs. Slower export means less foreign currency, lower investment, and greater fiscal pressure. And a shrinking productive capacity undermines our sovereignty because a country that cannot make its own goods becomes a country that cannot shape its future. If we want to reverse this, we need a new approach. The DA advocates for an industrial policy pyramid, one that prioritizes foundational conditions like skills, safety, and regulatory reform before trying to pick industrial winners. Industrial policy should not be about directing capital from top to bottom. It should be about clearing the path for business, large and small, to grow, compete, and employ. To create the jobs that South Africans do desperately need, we must have a rapid, robust economic growth. The one cannot exist without the other. This means focusing on a reliable electricity and logistics, efficient port operations, investment-friendly regulations, cutting red tape, and partnerships between government, industry, and as well as educational institutions to build the skills pipeline into sectors with global demand. For example, SEZs can play a critical role, but only if they are aligned to real comparative advantage, governed transparently and embedded in an enabling ecosystem. They must not become
Honorable
slaves of
Mdluli,
privilege.
please take your seat. Honorable member.
Thank you, House Chair. I wanted to check if the speaker is able to
Don't
take a
point at
question.
us. What is the point of order?
The point that the speaker I want to check if he's able to take a question.
No, I'm not taking any questions.
Honorable Mdluli, are you able to take a question?
No.
There, you got it.
Yes.
Continue.
They must not become enclaves of a privilege, but incubators of inclusive growth and jobs for all. House Chair, industrial policy cannot succeed without a coherent trade strategy. And here too, reform is urgently needed. Our trade regime has often acted as a barrier rather than a bridge. South Africa maintains high tariffs on key inputs and intermediate goods, pushing up costs for domestic producers. Tariff protection is justified when it supports infant industries, but it becomes counterproductive when it entrenches uncompetitive monopolies and limits access to cheaper or higher quality inputs. Trade reform must be guided by a clear goal to expand South Africa's export base, especially in labor-intensive industry. This includes—
Honorable Mdluli, please take your seat. What is the point of order,
Chair,
Honorable Reddy?
in terms of the rule, the member is not supposed to be reading. I don't mind if he reads, but at least look up, because he's constantly reading
Honorable
his head
Reddy.
down and only reading. The rules prohibit.
Honorable Reddy.
Yes.
Honorable Reddy. Yeah, I can see you have all the energy that you need. Honorable Mdluli, please continue. You can read from the speech.
Okay.
Okay. Please hold. There's another hand.
Chair, I rise on Rule 85(1), and I submit to you that the Honorable Reddy is verbally abusing the member at the platform, and he needs to desist from it. He has raised 2 points of orders, which are frivolous, and I ask that you allow the member to continue. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll caution Honorable Reddy for now. Honorable Mdluli, continue.
At the same time, we must fully utilize existing trade agreements, such as AGOA and the SACU-EU Economic Partnership Agreements. Our current underperformance on these platforms is not due to these agreements themselves, but rather the lack of coordinated trade promotion, customs efficiency, and support for new exporters. This Workers' Day, we must reaffirm our commitment to dignity to work. But dignity cannot come from stagnant factories, closed ports, or barriers to entry. It must come from a rapidly growing economy that creates jobs, exports, and competes. From a state that empowers entrepreneurs rather than constraining them, from policies that in the GNU is to help build such an economy, one that is rooted in fiscal discipline, competitive markets, inclusive growth, and job creation. Let us move beyond ideological industrial policy and towards a strategy that puts South Africans to work, not through protectionism, but through economic growth, entrepreneurship, production, partnership, and trade. Let us restore South Africa's place as a growing, productive, exporting, job-creating economy. That is the most powerful tribute we can pay to our workers, not just today, but every day. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize the last speaker for this debate, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor.
Thank you so much, House Chair. I thought you were going to mention my name. I was eagerly awaiting to hear you mentioning my surname. Okay, let me acknowledge the Chief Whip of the ANC. Let me acknowledge ministers, deputy ministers also on the platform, Nemadzinga Chabalala. Let me acknowledge the workers of this country, including members of parliament, because too, they are workers, they are workforce. The ANC from 1943, the African Claims to 1955, Freedom Charter, the 1992, Ready to Govern has always been consistent in advancing the rights of the working class. We've over time firmly advocated that Africans must be granted equal access to all trades, profession, and industries, supported by adequate technical and university education. As the ANC, we have argued that workers should receive equal pay for work of equal value, a minimum wage for the unskilled labor, the right to collective bargaining and full social net benefits funded by the government and employers. Furthermore, we have said that racial discrimination in the workplace must be abolished, and all industrial welfare legislation must extend to Africans in agriculture, domestic services, and public institutions. To this end, since 1994, we have developed a legislative framework and adopted policies that promote decent work and social justice. In addition, our labor laws and policies are geared towards job creation and industrial productivity. In demonstrating our resolve, the South African Constitution recognizes that workers' rights to form and independent trade unions, engage in collective bargaining and participate in the industrial action and protected under Section 23 of the Constitution, and it outlaws forced labor. Our government affirms that the rights of the working class are human rights guaranteed under the Bill of Rights in the Chapter 2 of the Constitution, achieved by the ANC democratic government led then. Yesterday was the birthday of Karl Marx, who was born on the 5th of May, 1818. Marx, together with Frederick Engels, gave us the call and said, "Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains." This was a clarion call for the international solidarity amongst the working class to fight against capitalism and imperialism exploitation. May Day is also known as International Workers' Day, some of you have said, is a significant occasion and celebrates the contribution of workers to economic development and highlights the importance of labor rights in South Africa. May Day gained prominence during the anti-apartheid struggle as trade unions used it to mobilize resistance against exploitative labor force system. Trade unions played a critical role in the fight for democracy and labor rights. Organizations such as COSATU, formed in 1985 and representing over 1.8 million workers by the early 1990s, emerged as powerful voices against exploitation. These unions not only advocate for better wages and working class, but also became key allies in the broader political struggle against apartheid. In celebrating the Workers' Day, we're also reminding of the leader or leading trade unionists such as J. Naidu, John Nkadimeng, President Cyril Ramaphosa as negotiators by the ANC. International solidarity was crucial in the fight of labor movement in the world, supported by South African trade unions. Through sanctions, an awareness campaign, and material support, this global pressure helped isolate the apartheid regime and underscored the importance of international cooperation in promoting fair labor standards. We like it, we don't like it, it's a history, and the history was led by the ANC and its alliance. I'm just reiterating, so those who don't know, then they can remember. With the dawn of democracy, the ANC introduced 1995 Labor Relations Act, 1997 Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and related sectoral determination known as SDAs, Occupational Health and Safety Acts, Compensation for Injuries and Disease Act, QUADA, the 1998 Employment Act legislation designed to protect workers' rights, promote fair employment practices, and ensure workplace equity. This was Elijah Bahai, who fought against mine workers who used to die in the mines in the workplace, and it would be business as usual. But today, since the change, the advent of a democratic dispensation done by the ANC government. One significant change was the protection of vulnerable groups such as labor tenants and agricultural workers. Historically marginalized, these workers were granted new rights under democratic legislation, including the right to unionize, fair wages, and protection against unfair labor dismissal. Honorable members, the South African government has adopted several industrial policies to drive inclusive growth and create equality jobs. The Industrial Policy Action Plan, launched in 2007, the NDP aimed to diversify the economy, support manufacturing, enhance value-added exports. These strategies are designed to stimulate job creation while embedding labor rights within industrial expansion. The 8 special economic zones such as Tshwane, SEZ, Dube Trade Port have been developed to attract investment and foster employment. However, these zones are also regulated to ensure that job creation does not come at the cost of workers' rights. While commemorating Workers' Day, we acknowledge the persistently high unemployment rate, currently sits at 31.9%. Despite recent declines, we call on the employers to partner with the government and other stakeholders to create sustainable jobs, promote training, and uphold labor laws to ensure stable and secure labor market. To address unemployment, particularly amongst young people, women, and persons with disabilities, the government has implemented several initiatives. The Presidential Employment Stimulus Program that has created over 1 million opportunities since its launch in 2020, more than 80% beneficiaries being young people and 60% being young women. Additionally, the National Youth Development Agency has been allocated 704.3 million to continue implementing the revitalized National Youth Service Program. Minimum wage legislation introduced in 2019, 20 Rand per hour, later adjusted to 28.79 per hour for 2025, effective from March this year. This marks a 4.4% increase from the 2024 rate of 27.58 per hour done by the ANC. Trade unions remain central to balancing industrial growth for workers. COSATU and other unions actively participate in policy formulation through platforms such as the National Network, which has been instrumental in shaping labor economic policies since 1995. Shame on those honorable member that was really looking down on the network. Technological innovation and automation offer both opportunities and risk in South Africa's workforce productivity, while potentially causing job losses, especially for low-skilled workers. Proactive policies such as National Digital and Future Skills Strategy 2020-2025 aim to promote skills training and ensure workers benefit from the economy. So we're saying retraining must happen so the workers don't get marginalized. Honorable Chairperson, let me quickly take a moment to really address the hypocrisy of the Democratic Alliance that perpetually being in the GNU and wants to behave like an opposition perpetually while they're in government, while they're also going against progressive legislation, things that the ANC government in the 6th administration that has been able to do in different ministries where they are in. Today, they're claiming all those glory and wanted to say they've done this. This is the ANC government that has been leading this discourse. Now, this shameful DA, they claim to be transformative, but they fight against Employment Equity Act. The Employment Equity Amendment Act is about diversity and equity in the workplace. It is about restoration of the rights and dignity and the defense of the progressive gains of the working class. Contrary to what the DA claims, the Amendment Employment Equity Act will not drive away investment and lead to closure of small business. The department will embark on nationwide roadshows to explain the amendment. The DA does not understand what is fair discrimination means, even when the reference in the Constitution. Shame on you and that leader that has went to court to challenge this matter. We want transformation and we're not going to be able to regress on it. And as the ANC, we want to warn you as much as we are within the GNU. When it comes to this matter, we want to tell you that you are testing us. When you test the workers, the migrant workers, when you test those social, social workers, that today we have made sure that domestic workers, they have dignity in their own homes. Today, how dare you go and challenge when you speak about minimum wage and set aside. This we will not forgive you, and South Africans will not forgive you, because you are taking us to the past where we're coming from. Unless if you want to sit in the past, just like the Freedom Front Plus, you better join them and be with them. This DA anti-working class and wants to reverse the gains of the working class. The anti-labor laws has claimed to respect our constitution. This anti-equality and refuses to recognize that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. We want to challenge DA to speak about inequality. We have never heard you speaking about inequality, yet you are bringing these other ones that look like me to speak about Freedom Day and speak about labor rights, knowing that you hate the issue of labor. You hate labor workers in this country. There's another flip-flopper maybe before quickly. You know, the DA in Western Cape, you go to these posh areas, in the restaurant and hospitality area, you are hiring migrant, if not foreign, illegal, and foreigners, because you don't want to adhere to the labor laws. In restaurant, when you come, you don't want to employ South Africans. And that is the truth of the matter. You want to come here in your own government. Now, the flip-flopper being my friends in the economic freedom, in the EFF, they're being radical yet moonwalking behind the DA like backup dancers desperate for the spotlight. They flip-flop together like lovers in denial.
Honorable members, honorable members,
Dead silence about
honorable members.
No, where does he get that? Where is he
Honorable
getting
members.
that?
Honorable
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
members from the EFF.
What are you talking
Kaula,
about?
Mam Kaula.
Chairperson, protect
Mam
our speaker.
Kaula.
No.
Chairperson,
Mam
protect
Kaula.
us.
Cannot have excuses
No,
for it's a just
no, no, no. Honorable members, we are allowed to speak. But now you are drowning the speaker on the podium. We can't hear a thing. And even if you would want, Mam Kaula, even if you would want to raise a point of order, we would not even hear what the honorable member was saying. So can you please not shout? Now you are shouting, like you are literally shouting. Mam Kaula, you are shouting as well. Please, can we not drown the speaker on the podium? Please. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much.
You can finish
As I
off.
proceed, I want to
Honorable Deputy Minister, I cannot, then, which means I must address everyone. You are also shouting this side. Why are you shouting?
Unled revolution is the anarchy.
No, we can't. Like, we can't shout. We can't all shout in the house. Honorable member from the EFF.
But you can't raise your hand, your voice when you are speaking with the EFF.
Honorable Deputy Minister, continue.
Thank you so much. I knew, Honorable House Chair, that calling the EFF, I'll get extra minutes. Thank you so much. Now, the process of tabling the issue of the budget, we heard what the MK said in the statement that they're calling for the dissolution of Parliament because of the impasse of budget. No, budget has got a process. When it's not been done, it goes to public participatory, because we're participatory Parliament. When it has been done, then it can be amended. There's an MTDP that comes in. So what is your problem? The minister is coming on the 21st. Hang ten. These are
Honorable
democratic
Deputy
government
Minister,
that has been
your
blessed
time has
with
expired.
the people. So sit down.
Honorable Shabalala, you said I must call you by name.
Unled revolution is the anarchy.
There is a point of order. Stella Boye, please. 3 times failing to pass a budget. 3 times failing to pass a budget.
Honorable members. We are now going on the third order, and I will request the secretary to read our third and last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on recommendation of candidates for filling of 4 vacancies in the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA Council.
Honorable members, the report deals with the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies on appointment to the ICASA Council following the recommendations of the Assembly as agreed to by the House on the 5th of December 2024. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual time for declaration of votes will apply. The DA. You can, yeah, you can make your declaration from there.
Apologies, House Chair. I was expecting the chairperson of the portfolio committee to speak first. Honorable House Chair, I rise to express the DA's full support for the appointment of the 4 new councillors to the Council of ICASA. These appointments follow a rigorous and transparent process overseen by the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. The process was informed by ICASA's current and future challenges, the skills and competencies needed to meet them, and the imperative of ensuring diversity and equity in public institutions. Honorable Speaker, an important aspect of this process, often overlooked in rushed commentary, is that these appointments were made in full view of the current composition of the ICASA Council, which is already majority women. The committee took this into account when assessing gender balance, not just in this round of appointments, but across the ICASA Council as a whole. That's what true gender equity requires: context, deliberation, and structural awareness, not a superficial tally of names on a list. The 4 appointees are not only individually qualified, but collectively bring a well-rounded and strategic blend of capabilities. Dr. Charles Lewis offers deep regulatory experience and historical insight that will strengthen the institutional memory. Dr. Joshua Maumela provides critical legal expertise for a regulator that must constantly balance competing interests within a complex constitutional and legislative framework. Ms. Karabo Mohale brings fresh energy, public interest awareness, and a strong voice for inclusive digital development. Mr. Andrew Matsike adds engineering and executive acumen, vital for infrastructure intensive tasks ahead, particularly around spectrum, innovation, and digital rollout. This cohort reflects not only professional merit, but also a deliberate effort to balance experience, transformation, and representativity. Honorable Speaker, in a time when South Africa's digital future hangs in the balance, where access, affordability, and innovation must be regulated in the public interest, ICASA needs leadership that is competent, credible, and compositionally balanced. These appointments advance that goal. We recommend the Minister and Portfolio Committee for a thoughtful process that places the needs of the sector and the country first. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tolib.
House Chair, just for clarification, what is the time allocated for making a declaration? 4 minutes. Are you the chair?
It depends on the proportionality of parties. So the bigger the party, the bigger the number of minutes. Yes. MK.
House Chair. Thank you, House
Honorable Ntangwini.
One would have thought, House Chair, since the Honorable Trollip knows everything, he would have at least known how many minutes does a declaration
Honorable
take.
Ntangwini, out
That
of order.
information is readily available.
Honorable Member, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, as MK will never stand in the way of job creation, especially for Black and Black women. However, House Chair, we have to be practical. Despite what the Deputy Minister has tried to explain, the GNU has no budget. Why on earth are we appointing people without a budget? How are we going to pay them? The role of councillors have been weakened and they fall short of performing their function within ICASA. There's been a long history of inefficiency, mismanagement, and allegations of corruption. House Speaker, the institution has failed to deliver on its regulatory mandate. And unfortunately, this entity has been given such a large and very important responsibility in this country. Our country's telecommunications depends on this entity. Our country's digital participation, especially of the poorest of the poor, depends on this entity. Our country's digital inclusion depends on this entity. But House Speaker, ICASA's councillors have always been bullied by white monopoly capital, and they have failed to rise above party patronage and corruption. And unfortunately, the GNU has never helped and have not even delivered a budget to assist these councillors to fulfill this mandate. If MK's votes were not stolen, if we had our votes and were in government, House Speaker will immediately change ICASA in its current form. We are going to remove every councillor who has not undergone IQ tests, including the minister and the deputy minister that is overseeing this ministry. They have failed to meet the digital deadlines. They have failed to protect SAPO and its workers. They have failed to roll out connectivity to schools. Since 2015, 4,000 schools were supposed to be connected. Our children are passing matric without digital and future skills that will allow them to participate in the digital economy. To date, only 599 schools are connected. And we want us to approve and commend these councillors. They have failed to enforce compliance on the telcos for social obligations to roll out broadband to the most rural areas of this country. House Speakers, this ship is sinking very fast. And to hear speakers here from the ANC and the DA to come and cry about their marital problems, this is serious abuse to us, House Speaker. If you don't stop this, we are not here to listen to their house issues. They must go back and sort out their issues. We are here to conduct the business of the house to serve the South Africans. Now, this is what we want to say to the councillors. We want transparency and we want fairness in awarding licenses. We want you to enforce and regulate the social obligations of telcos, otherwise revoke these licenses that are held by the white monopoly capital. Let's give it to the black people that will implement broadband and digital inclusivity for our children. Let us ensure that SABC and other free-to-air broadcasters have sports broadcasting rights. We want these councillors to ensure that SAPO, South African Post Office, survives, get rid of those business rescue practitioners who are extorting money from the entity, dismantle the monopoly of the telcos, and allow SMMEs to operate, remove the barriers of entry into the telecommunications industry for our people. We want these councillors to deliver on the digital promise that has been promised by this GNU government. House Speaker, our last advice to this
Honorable
councillors,
Makubele, your time has
they
expired.
should not relax. There is no money to pay them.
Honorable
This
Makubele,
government is going to dissolve.
your time
And the
has
people are
expired.
calling for President Jacob Zuma.
Honorable
We
member,
see
your time has
in the
expired.
elections that we have won, Ward 110, Ward
Honorable
19,
member.
and the Western Cape, people are continuing to call for President Jacob Zuma to come and rescue them. Maiden.
Honorable Makubele, Honorable Makubele, Honorable Makubele, I want you to come back to the podium. Yes. I have been shouting that your time has expired. I shouted more than 3 times. No, you heard me, I know. I am cautioning you, don't do it again. EFF,
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. As the EFF, we've followed the process keenly of the filling of the vacancies at ICASA. As we navigate a digital age where many ordinary South Africans are being left behind, although there was much broader consensus regarding the 4 names to fill these vacancies, As the EFF, we maintain that the retention of one specific councillor represents an anomaly that should not repeat itself, as it is a rewarding of failure for the many regulatory duties that were not seen through by this previous councillor. There are key priorities that the ICASA Council should focus on moving forward. And this includes fast-tracking the review of phenomenon of the expiry of prepaid airtime and data. As the EFF, we have engaged the mobile network operators on what informs the methodology of expiration of unused prepaid airtime and data. And subsequent to that, we have engaged ICASA as well on the reasons behind this exploitative practice. The justification that this is simply industry practice is unsatisfactory. ICASA, to its credit, has stated that they are reviewing this and we will monitor those developments closely, because to us, the expiry of data that has been bought by South Africans and not used within the certain period of time expiring is the same as if you buy a loaf of bread at ShopRite, and if you don't eat it in 3 days, ShopRite comes to collect it. It's ridiculous, it's exploitative, and it is something that must be looked into. So we are going to focus on the current mandates that must be pursued by ICASA. Additionally, ICASA must consider the risks posed by the introduction of satellite network operators to jobs and local mobile network industries, and conduct impact assessments as to the consequences of the introduction of entities such as Starlink in South Africa. Recent developments, hostilities, and misinformation campaigns led by Starlink owner Elon Musk mean that the risks posed by Starlink far outweigh its self-proclaimed benefits, both in terms of local economic development and in terms of national security implications, and in particular with regards to data integrity. An individual who has declared a non-existent white genocide in South Africa cannot have access to the data of millions of South Africans and control our telecommunications networks and infrastructure. We have already suffered sanctions at the behest of Elon Musk, and we cannot give him control over our telecommunications infrastructure and give him the power to switch our networks on and off as he pleases while he operates from the White House. ICASA's role is of national importance now more than ever, and considering recent violent, irresponsible commentary which must be condemned by all against a popular individual by a particular podcaster, one of the mandates that ICASA must consider is ensuring that there's regulation of the podcast industry and alternative media. Freedom of expression should not constitute freedom to undermine the integrity and dignity of women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IFP?
Chairperson, the IFP acknowledges and affirms the minister's recommended candidate for appointment to the ICASA Council as a regulatory body essential to safeguarding South Africa's communication sector. ICASA must be led by capable, independent, and ethically sound professionals. We commend the transparent process undertaken by the committee. We urge the incoming councillors to uphold the highest standards of regulatory integrity and act in the public interest to ensure equitable access, innovations, and transformation in the communications and digital technologies sector, in particular within the digital age, where the intersection of technology and democracy is critical. We look forward to their contribution in advancing a digitally inclusive South Africa. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you. PA?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. We want to welcome the report and recommendations, but with caution. We want to state firstly that we commend the Minister for striking a gender balance in terms of equity, where you have the council consisting of 5 females and 4 males. But we must also highlight the cautionary disappointment that we have in the fact that there's a material flaw in the transformation as it relates to the racial balance, where we have 8 Black Africans and 1 white African. zero Indian African, and zero colored African. And what this reflects is the daily reality across the board in our country. When there has to be a choice between races, Indians and coloreds are marginalized. If that's not enough, then Indians and colored, the colored and Indian ratio together, foreign nationals are more than Indians and coloreds together when it comes to employment. And this is wrong. And that's the point that Honorable Van Wyk and Honorable Daniels wanted to make in their debate earlier, to say that we are all Africans, but when it comes to practicality, coloreds and Indian South Africans are intentionally marginalized. It has to change. Goed is, moet balance. Moenie byzani. Salute.
FF plus. FF plus. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Based on the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, Section SA, we are satisfied that due process was followed in the consideration and recommendation of the following 4 candidates, namely Dr. Charles Lewis, Dr. Joshua Maumela, Ms. Karabo Mohale, and Mr. Andrew Matseke. While this is a procedural matter, Action SA underscores the importance of upholding good governance and ensuring continuity within key regulatory institutions. In light of the transparent and very compliant process that was followed, we as a caucus support the report and vote in favor of the recommendation, the recommended appointments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has read the report and we support the nominations. As we know, ICASA plays a crucial role as the independent authority in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and a diversity of views broadly representing South African society. Now, these councils are going to face a number of challenges, as the committee chairperson and others have pointed out. For example, they will have to wrestle with outdated policy and legislative environments. They will have to wrestle with the need to contend with the fast pace of technological change, with the advent of streaming services that have disrupted the broadcasting sector, the regulation of postal services, and the fast expanding e-commerce landscape. They will need to stand firm in the commitment to deploy broadband spectrum in a way that benefits all South Africans and reduces the costs of digital connectivity. This, the ACDP believes, can be a game changer, not only enhance education and skills training, but also result in job creation and economic development, particularly in rural areas and to schools. We support the nominations and wish the new councillors everything of the best going forward as they seek to fulfill ICASA's mandate in a fiscally constrained environment. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Rise.
Akenza mtshama xitulu hi rise Mzansi ha seketela xipikelo xo huma ka komiti na ntirho lowu nga endla hi holobye eka ku va a recommende mavito lama, so ya seketela report ya komiti.
Thank you. Posa. ATM.
Posa is here, House Chair.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you. So the report, as we have it, that's been placed before the House, names the individuals that it's recommended for the appointment, but it has really failed to provide an explanation or justification of the proposed candidates. So it doesn't disclose what criteria was used to assess, and it's an omission really that makes it impossible for us as Bold One South Africa to be able to duly perform our constitutional duty and to make the relevant considerations in order to determine whether or not we can support this. With the ICASA being the highest decision-making structure for South Africa's communication, it really has fallen short. The committee has fallen short in providing exactly what it is that we would need in order to support. So we can't, unfortunately, support the report on the basis that the information that we have is really short in giving us adequate data to be able to approve.
Are you done, Honorable Webster?
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. ATM, Al Jama, NCC, PAC, UAT, Good, ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I stand on behalf of the African National Congress to support the Portfolio Committee's recommendation that advocates for continued growth and inclusive reform at ICASA. The ANC reaffirms its strong commitment to fostering South Africa's digital transformation in a manner that promotes both inclusivity and equitable transformation. ICASA occupies a key and strategic role as the nation's principal communications regulator. It therefore remains crucial in the digital landscape's continuous redefinition and transformative growth. On the 5th of December 2024, as the ANC, we stood in front of this House to reaffirm our commitment to change, to inclusion, and our commitment to building a capable developmental state. A commitment to ensuring that strategic entities such as ICASA remain agile, they remain responsive, and they are capacitated to bridge the digital divide. Earlier, the honorable member from Bosa wanted further information about the candidates, and if you look up the report that was tabled on the 5th of December, there were 6 candidates that we had recommended, and we provided further details into that, of which from the 6, the minister was tasked to select 4, and that is what the purpose of this tabling is, to really decide upon the 4. But further information was tabled on the 5th of December. In order for ICASA to fulfill its role, it must reflect the values of effective governance, of gender equity, and of institutional excellence, which are values that the ANC holds close to itself. At our 55th National Conference, the ANC made a decisive resolution that spectrum allocation must prioritize ownership and control within the ICT sector, must prioritize transforming ownership and control within the ICT sector, promoting broader inclusion, particularly for Black individuals, for women, youth, and people with disabilities. We remain optimistic that the situation at ICASA would be improved if the right candidates are put in place. Chairperson, the Constitution of our country guarantees gender equality as a fundamental right. And as the African National Congress, we have constantly advocated for policies that enhances women's representation in leadership roles. Despite these efforts, women remain underrepresented in critical decision-making bodies, and key agencies such as ICASA should not be a site of such an injustice. A gender-balanced board is not simply a symbolic act, it's a strategic one, because a board that mirrors the nation's demographics is more adept at formulating policies that addresses these disparities. And I must at this point out, Honorable Chairperson, is that we have, as Honorable member from PA has indicated, the board, if this recommendation is accepted, the ICASA board will constitute 56% of female representation. I think that's a significant achievement of the ICASA board. And I must point out that the committee also in selecting the candidates also looked at issues of such as youth. And I'm very pleased to note that of the 4 candidates that's before this House, there's a young, dynamic female 33-year-old and a very capable 35-year-old Black male and a 33-year-old Black female that is part of the 4 candidates. So I think we've done a very good job. We've looked at issues such as continuity, stability, youth empowerment, diversity, including we've ensured We painstakingly ensured during the subcommittee review of the shortlisting candidates, we set the subcommittee said, let's go back and ensure that whoever we interview must include and represent the diversity of our country. And that's exactly what we did. We just did not accept the shortlisting. We went back, we found candidates, including, and I must commend, including people with disabilities, were also interviewed during the process. So the process was very robust. We tried to ensure that we were as inclusive as possible. The ICASA board selection should always prioritize skilled individuals who represent the demographics of the country and who possess knowledge in telecommunications and the digital policy landscape. The portfolio committee must continuously implement stringent supervision to guarantee equitable and just representation, not just on ICASA, but throughout the board. Chairperson, ICASA cannot execute its task as a regulator if its governance frameworks are compromised by instability and insufficient diversity. The ANC has expressed worry regarding previous occurrences where regulatory delays and internal governance failures have impeded ICASA's capacity to fulfill its responsibilities. A robust board with distinct delineation of authority between governance and executive management is essential for circumventing such traps. As the ANC, we are advocating for a board of experienced industries and persons such as Dr. Charles Lewis, who is a white male of 72 years old, brings to the board continuity, stability, and he has tremendous amount of experience in ICT policy, which is something that is emerging. Chairperson, my time is up and the African National Congress supports the recommendation, supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the recommendation of the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies for the appointment of Dr. Charles Lewis, Dr. Joshua Maumela, Ms. Karabo Mohale, and Mr. Andrew Matseke for appointment to the ICASA Council be approved. Are there any objections? The report is then agreed to. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.